security and basic welfare that are exaggerated in times of disasters, as I'm sure that you're all very well aware. Disasters really impact our ability to reach the Sustainable Development Goals in 2030. You know, they put us backwards. And you know, often because of particular vulnerabilities linked to the kinds of lives people lead, which are also bound by the gender roles that we each play, men, women, girls and boys. So the kinds of impacts are influenced by who we are and our identities and the kinds of roles that we're likely to play in different segments of society. I mean, India is an incredibly diverse country in every way that you can imagine diversity. So those roles change and shift. But ultimately, we know globally that it's often women who are in the most vulnerable groups, and girls in particular. And then if you layer on the different levels of vulnerability, it increases their impact. So globally, women and girls are more vulnerable to disasters. And I remember reading the impact on the huge tsunami that affected this country as well. A number of years ago, it's said that a lot of women were killed in that disaster because of actually the clothes they wore. They were in the field, they couldn't run fast enough because they had tightly wound clothes. So these are all related to their identity and the roles and the cultural expectations of even what we wear. So, and also, you know, women tend to be more food insecure in general because they're often poorer. So they're often working in roles that are less protected, so often working in the agriculture sector, which is itself massively impacted by disasters. So, you know, disasters, climate change-induced disasters, can really disrupt agriculture and food systems through droughts, floods, erratic rainfall, and this can impact on biodiversity as well. So this all adds up to greater food insecurity for the most vulnerable. The same disruptions can also impact women economically, as I've said, because often, and in South Asia, for example, beyond India, 71% of women workers are engaged in the agricultural sector. And so their livelihoods are impacted when a disaster occurs. The other thing that can affect the impact of disasters is the kind of data that's collected. Without data on the impact of disasters that recognise men and women and the differences they face, it's harder to allocate budgets to programs that are specifically going to meet the needs of women and men, girls and boys. So in 2019, UN Women and UNICEF conducted a study on gender and age inequality around the world in the context of a variety of disasters and crises. And the study really demonstrated the disproportionate vulnerability of women and children to disasters, conflict, climate change and other shocks. And again, you're all in this sector. I know that you know this, but it is very interesting to have the sort of the data analysed and to be able to understand that further in our work. And it did show that there were significant gaps in data to help shape policies and programs to meet the different needs of women and men, girls and boys. And I think that area is really so important. Without sufficient information about women's lives and the impact of climate and disaster risk areas, we can't, again, allocate the kinds of money that's needed to mitigate those risks and help women and men innovate around surviving disasters and averting them. So I think that there are many other areas that really impact the different lives that women and men, girls and boys often face. But I think I just wanted to acknowledge exactly as you said, Sir, about that the Prime Minister here has really led the charge for women-led development, including in disaster risk, which I think is really exceptional practice. And we know that with an increased focus on women's leadership in mitigating disasters and understanding disasters, we will have a better response. So I think just finally to draw attention to some of the work that happens in India that is already being done but can be really strengthened and built upon is this incredible cadre of women leaders at local level. And of course we know that there are 1.4 million women in Panchayat leadership. That's by far the biggest number of women in political decision making at grassroots level of any country in the world. Of course we also have the ASHA workers, which you also spoke about, sir, and also the Anganwadi workers who led the incredible effort during COVID to reach people at local level. And there's also many others, including those working in this area already. And so I'm really thrilled to hear that NDMA has really made strong efforts to develop community-based disaster first responders called Apta Mitras across the country. And that you've been making really consistent efforts to build those capacities and make the most of the women's leadership for impact on reducing disaster impact, and also having more women at the decision-making tables to ensure that the decisions made about how to respond to disasters are representative of the whole community. So I'd really like to conclude my remarks by specifically expressing my gratitude to NDMA for their consistent commitment to the agenda. It's really important. It's important for India, and it's important to demonstrate the impact beyond India as well of women-led development. So through your consistent efforts, whether by strengthening women's participation in emergency mock drills or integrating gender priorities into national frameworks for relief and rehabilitation, or engaging in dialogue with women stakeholders across different risk issues, NDMA has been one of the strongest gender champions. So I thank you for all that you do for women and girls and their families, because we know that women will also benefit their families and they will benefit their whole communities and the country as a whole. It's about making sure that the country is safe for women and girls, but we know that by doing that, it will be safe for everyone. So with these words, I wish everyone a day of rich and productive dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting strategic needs to ensure women participation and leadership in DRR. Before we move on to our plenary session, we have a few publications, so I will request dignitaries on the dais to kindly release these publications of NDMA. First one is a guidebook for integrating disaster risk reduction into National Adaptation Plan on Climate Change. We have another publication which is Standard Operating Procedure, that is SOP on public transport safety in hilly and mountainous regions. So I request dignitaries to launch this one as well. Thank you so much. So now we will be moving on to our plenary session, which is on investing in women's leadership and capacity. Moderator for the plenary session is Madam Mrinani Shwaso, Director NDMA. So now I hand over to her to conduct the plenary session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anuji. Very good morning to you all and to our esteemed panelists here. This is a very important topic because we are not just discussing about the gender and the roles ascribed by the gender, but ma'am, we would like to talk in this panel about investing in leadership in the area of disaster risk reduction. Often we have found that when disaster take place, they do not affect everyone equally. So, on that side, sure. Women are always resilient, changing their requirements. Flexibility. Yes. So having said that, we were just talking about that. So disasters do not affect everyone equally, and we've seen, we have live examples where women face greater vulnerabilities, of course, across the globe, but in India also because of the social and economic inequalities. But at the same time, women are uniquely positioned to lead resilience through disaster recovery efforts. So investing in women leadership is not just about equity, but it is also enhancing the community resilience through diverse and inclusive and effective strategies. So keeping that tone and context in mind, my first question, ma'am, earlier I had thought that I'll ask a question to you, but now I would like to break that stereotype, and my first question will actually go to member Atta Hasnan. So you have 4 decades of being working with the Indian Army. You're a decorated and illustrious officer. I would like to understand, sir, an example from your life when you broke the stereotype and you got women in the power structures of armed forces, sir.
Thank you, Mrinali ji. Thank you very much. And my compliments on this wonderful seminar that you have organized against the run of play. Because the run of play is normally hardly any focus and, direct kind of involvement with women in the whole domain of disaster management. But my experience in life has shown me, particularly as you just mentioned, I've been in leadership positions most of my life. I can start recounting and telling you that in the world of, for example, terrorism, what is the role of a woman? How do you rely? You can equate this equally with disaster management. Remember, the only 2 domains which I always talk about, which are parallel to each other, are war and disaster management. They both involve entire societies. If people think that wars are fought by armies, you've got to think again. Wars are fought by people, by all people put together, by nations together. Now, in the world of terrorism, for example, I have got, I think, completely fed up of being able to, of explaining this to audiences all over the world. The terrorist can be brought back on board by the fastest and the most suitable method, and that is by using the sensitivity of the relationships that women have. Now you just wonder, what am I saying? Who become terrorists? Young, misled people. How do women play a role in ensuring they do not get misled? You have the woman who is the mother. You have the woman who is the sister. She is the sister-in-law. She is the sister. She is the wife. If all of them can have that influence on that young mind, you can ensure that the world is a much more peaceful place to live in. So you can use this analogy equally on disaster management. Where a household, if you make people sensitive, a woman is the one who's the most sensitive soul in a household. She is the one who can ensure that the wayward males all over are brought back to line to ensure family steadfastness, family commitment. And family commitments in a domain such as disaster management is a very important aspect, let me tell you. If families can live together, can stay together, can bond with different people together, nothing like it. That is how societies are built and webbed together. Who does it? Not men. It is women. Always women. One of my most intense experiences of life has been during the genocide in Rwanda. I was in Rwanda for a year with the United Nations, or more than a year with the United Nations. And I had almost 300 civil society organizations with which I was working. And I remember almost all these civil society organizations were manned in leadership roles by women. Why would they do it? Because this is not about physicality, right? It's not about physicality, it's about the psyche. It's about mental robustness, the ability to be able to deliver in situations where decisions are made based upon good thinking, not just spontaneous decisions which men are normally used. And my last point on this. From 1991, we decided to introduce women in the Indian Army, officers. I was one of those who always, almost till 2019, when the last case for command by women came up, I was always in support of this. In fact, many of my quotations were used in the legal case which was fought finally in the Supreme Court, right? And I can tell you this. I've had with me colleagues who have been women who have done just wonders, absolutely. Outpaced most of their male counterparts and demonstrated a sense of responsibility. That's exactly the thing which you require in disaster management. Demonstrating a sense of responsibility. When the chips are down, how do you respond? When things are hunky-dory, everyone can respond very well. When the chips are down, how do you respond? To my experience of 40 years under uniform, I can tell you, women respond far, far better when the chips are down. I have more to say. We'll discuss.
Thank you, sir. So, we've seen a lot of the talks where we do mention that women are very good crisis handler and, they perform or outperform often. I would now like to move to Dr. Parikh. Madam, you've also spent good 4 decades and you've broken some stereotypes, you've tolerated some of them, and you still stand tall with all that you've seen, and you've worked extensively in developmental sector. So ma'am, my question, and before that I'll also give a preface that in 2018 floods in Kerala, a lot of women architects and designers contributed in supporting how the housing should come up. So with that in mind, ma'am, I would like to understand that in the overall resilience building, what has been your experience of women contributing towards the designing of infrastructure, and how that can create more culturally sensitive and more equipped designs which can be utility driven. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing this out. First of all, let me thank everybody here for inviting me to speak. I remember, I'm Director of Integrated Research and Action for Development, and our first activity after we were registered was to organize gender and climate change in 2002. And that time, that was the first event on gender with respect to climate change, and we focused on this issue way back then. Then subsequently, national missions of I was on the Prime Minister's Council. We also talked about this issue, and I'm glad to see that it's moving from vulnerability, farmers, construction workers, slum dwellers, pregnant mothers, and so on. And after understanding vulnerability of many of these groups and in many of these situations, we are moving towards solutions and empowerment. And I was happy to see Mr. Rajendra Singh saying precisely that no longer we are thinking of helpless women, but women in charge and women who are empowered. And now we are moving towards solutions and systems which can function for the benefits of women. And when you talk about organizing entire systems, where people are equal, and if we can make them even more equal, as you just mentioned, Mr. Hasnain, that would be even better for some of the situations that we create. In the case of housing, yes, we are in touch with Mahila Housing Trust and Vijay Brahmbrat and so on. She was very, pushing the cool roof and how women were fond of that solution. And there are many other solutions needed regarding water, regarding grain storage and cold storage to save vegetables. And in all these cases, affordability is a very critical issue, and sometimes you feel that what is the point of affordability, but we found that she would not spend money on herself, but would not mind giving money to her son for bikes or motorbike or something like that. And you say, well, here is money for LPG, well, that goes to him. So this issue of overgiving and caring for others has to be seen in both sides, and it has two sides also. That she should assert that whatever it's for her, it's also for the family. And if there is LPG in the house, very many others benefit as well. Now, I think we have to also move towards AI tools. And I remember in Surat, there were floods in Surat in 2007, and there were mobile groups of pregnant women. So they immediately got them out through mobile groups. During COVID also, we saw that lot of work was done through mobile groups, and even Prime Minister and they were communicating through mobiles with all of us, the health people and so on, and the entire disaster was managed through mobile networks. So we have to develop such apps which can bring them together at the time or without that time, because sometimes you can't wake up at the last minute. But it was done in a record time that time. There was no such thing as app for COVID, but then it worked. I think that AI tools have to be developed with everybody in mind, including women, children, and so on. And that is the other thing, that the first thing her thoughts go towards protecting the children. And that is a very important issue, because if there is anybody helpless, it's them, and not women. As I agree with him, Mr. Hasnain, but at the same time, we have taken away power from her of making decisions, and sometimes the NFHS comes out with the surveys. Can you decide what vegetables you can cook today? I mean, that's the level of disempowerment that has gone, which we have come out of it. But there is that we cannot ignore that it exists. But at the same time, I believe that there is no way but to assure that it's like I always say, it's like a left foot and right foot. If a woman is a left foot and man is a right foot, both have to work together, walk together. And if you disempower the man has to just go hopping on himself, by himself. So we have to make sure that both together protect children, protect society, progress further, protect, from environment and from disasters. We also worked in South Asia. So it's We looked at the coal problems in Colombo, in Bangladesh, and the things are very similar. It would be good to do cooperative solutions and see what works where. And sometimes there are landlocked areas, there are areas which are waterlogged, and there are areas where there is no water. So there are different solutions, and women are very creative to find out what works where. That has to be kept in mind when we provide solutions. So I'm very glad to see that you have organized this event, and let's hope you have a good day with good program. So congratulations.
Thank you, madam. And I will like to park this thought that technology is a tool for empowerment. And sir, I would like to park this thought with you, and I'll come back to you because you've been dealing with communications and also operations at NDMA. I would like to move to member and head of the department, NDMA. Sir, you are a votary for volunteerism, and in your speech you talked about 20,000 women now trained as Apda Sakhi. So how are we planning, sir, to scale up this volunteerism, and how will we increase the number of women in Apda Sakhi scheme beyond 20,000?
Thank you, Bilani. Earlier, how to take the DRR activities. Like NDMA keeps saying, we have issued 38 guidelines, we have made policy, we made a national disaster management plan. But how it is going to go to the last? For that, until and unless you don't involve community, you don't integrate community into your plan, it is very difficult to carry forward. So that's why we thought in 2016-17, I think, NDMA, they have selected 25 states, 30 districts. They said that only flood-prone area, we are going to create some Apda Mitra. That was total was around 6,000, but it took us almost 5 years, and only 10% women participants were there, and it took us almost 5 years to make that 6,000 volunteers. But second scheme, when we launched in 2021, it took us only 2 years to make 1 lakh volunteerism, 1 lakh volunteers, Apda Mitra, and in that Apda Mitra we said 25% we want for ladies and girls only. And we are happy that at least 20,000 plus, we have not reached the target of 25, but yes, 21,000 actually we have achieved in that, and Apda Sakhi, we are able to train them. We were able to train them for 12 days. We were able to give them a kit, and what all things they wanted, we were able to give them. And finally, what happened? In last 2 years, almost they have taken part in 300 such operations, and they have safely taken 70,000 people from disaster to safe place, and they have saved around 178 lives also. So these are the community volunteers. And now when I talk about the second scheme, which is youth volunteerism in India, and where we are reaching to the school and college level people, and NCC, NSS, NYKS, Bharatiya Scout and Guide, that everybody says when they are young, it has to be penetrated during that time. So we have gone to the school and college level. Out of this 1 lakh volunteerism, we have prepared Apda Mitra. We have selected 1,400, the best. We have asked state, send the name of 50 or 100 volunteers. The state have forwarded the name, and this all out of 1 lakh, we have selected 1,400, and we have trained them master trainers. And this master trainer, we have given them 21-day training with NDRF, SDRF academies. They are a proper master trainer now, the train, and they are as good as NDRF master trainer. And now when the NCC, NSS, NYKS, Bharatiya Scout and Guide, when they go for their camps, these master trainers will go and they will train them for 8 to 9 days. They are giving them the kit also. So we have reached to that, and their target is around, out of 2,50,000 volunteers, 30% we have kept for girls only. So that way we are going to reach it, and slowly we have realized that until unless you don't involve ladies and women and girls into it, it is very difficult to take this journey ahead. Because Acharya Chanakya always says, Acharya Chanakya used to say, I forgot it. Last moment. No, but he says that when we drive a rough vehicle, it goes only, it always moves with the 2 wheels. तो इस आपदा की लड़ाई हमने अगर लड़नी है, 2 व्हील तैयार करने हैं, एक पुरुषों का है, एक महिलाओं का है. तो महिलाओं को हमें इक्वली जो है एम्पावर्ड करना है, उनको शिक्षित करना है, उनको जानकारी देनी है, और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उनको इस डिजास्टर के फील्ड में उनको जोड़ना है, क्योंकि उनमें बचाने की भी ताकत है, उनमें सहन करने की भी ताकत है, और आपदाओं में नारी की अमिट जो भक्ति है वो हमने देखी है, उसमें हमने कोरोना में भी देखी है, वो हमने हर एपिसोड में, यू टेक एनी आपदा, नारियों का बढ़ चढ़ करके उसमें योगदान होता है. तो दैट इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से कि दैट यू हैव टू इन्वॉल्व देम.
Thank you, sir. In fact, Apda Mitra scheme has become a flagship scheme and has received much accolade internationally as well. We have also presented it in several forums. So, ma'am, with you, I do not have a question. There's a remark that I would like to hear from you, because you've seen international collaborations and you're working, in a larger perspective of women leadership, and that too in a subsector of disaster risk reduction. My request to you would be that how do we amplify the voice of women in such international collaborative forum, and how can we actually shift this model tokenism in inclusivity to a fuller participation?
Thank you for the question. It's quite a difficult one to answer. I think that there are a number of global agreements that, for example, India is already a signatory to. So, there's a convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And there's a number of others, obviously the SDGs also. So I think it is about demonstrating the impact of these initiatives and then sharing lessons learned on the global stage. And there are many ways of doing that. Most recently in New York, there's the world's biggest meeting within the UN. Every year is the Commission on the Status of Women. And the Minister for Women from India went to the Commission and presented actually digital inclusion and financial literacy initiatives in India and the benefits of those and the scale of those and the impact of those. So I think there's a number of different things that can be done here on the global stage, and I know that the government of India is keen to do that, and we as partners are keen to enable that as well. But I just wanted to go back to some of the things that others have said as well, and the importance of infrastructure, I think, is just so crucial for enabling women's participation and also benefits for women. And there are just so many practical things that can be done which are often overlooked, and women's impact on them is often overlooked. I remember years ago I used to look at all of Australia's aid program and the designs, and there was a lot of water provision. And invariably women were considered as a vulnerable group in water position. And actually women are the most important group because they often provide the water, women and girls, and they often know what is needed at community level and can really influence better outcomes for people if those people who are central to water provision are involved in the decision making. So, often wells and things were built in the wrong place. Women didn't want to go there. They felt unsafe getting there. When designs were implemented without their voice, Likewise, women in refugee settlements, for example. Now I think it's almost automatic practice that toilets are set up in a way that is safer for women. They're usually lit. They're separate to the men. It was a place where often women would be sexually assaulted in dark toilets where there was easy access of men because their toilets were right beside them. So these infrastructure issues are really basic and can really allow women to be safe. And on the digital inclusion side, recently in the UN, we're also looking at using AI more effectively because we need to get on board so that we can scale things. And in disasters, there's now a tool in the UN where we're able to, within a few minutes actually, analyse all the data in a particular disaster that's being collected and understand what the issues are for women and men differently. And from that, develop very quickly a response plan. And that used to take a long while, even though it was meant to be a rapid thing. It took a long while because you had to analyse all this data and all this information. Now that can be done in a few seconds. So I think that there's so much more that can be done on use of AI as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for also, encompassing all the things and coming up how we can amplify the voice and, integrate the various dimensions of DRR. So since I started with you, sir, I would like, before I open the forum for, others to ask any questions if there are, the Prime Minister has called for women's leadership under the 10-point agenda on DRR. One of our union minister, Kiran Rijiju, also said that half the battle against disaster can be won by improving early warning systems. So you have been dealing with communications. Even the UN has been asking for last mile dissemination of early warning systems. So what do you think that how can women-led communication channels enhance the effectiveness of the early warning systems?
Thank you very, very much for that. Yes, and we were talking about technology, we were talking about AI, and connected to that all is the entire field and domain of communication. Yes, in the NDMA, we have been developing early warning as a very important segment of the 10-point agenda of the Honorable Prime Minister. And in that, the process itself, if you really look at it, the drafting, the understanding the perception of the correct messaging and passing it on is so important. Now in this, of course, there is no gender sensitivity in this. Anyone and everyone can do it. But the involvement of women definitely shows, my experience looking at a lot of SDMAs around the country, lots and lots of women are involved in those SDMAs at the moment. There was a time 5 years ago, I would say, when I went around the entire country into all 36 states and union territories, we used to find very, very few women not in leadership, but even in functional positions at the SDMA level. Today, I was in Meghalaya 3 days ago. The SDMA is led by a woman. That is an amazing thing, that SDMA is led by a woman there itself. And under her, number of women were working. The anchor for the entire mock exercise, the tabletop exercise, was a lady, a woman officer who was doing it. So similarly, in the field of communication, if you give more and more space to women, their understanding, their perceptional aspects, which they have a far better insight into, obviously will improve the capability to reach out. And it's not only in crisis situations, let me tell you, even as a part of training. In training, I personally feel the role of a practitioner coming to give instruction, the believability factor, the credibility factor, to my mind, is far higher in a woman than it is usually in a man. People tend to relate more easily to her, people tend to understand, and the common perception that a woman usually tells the truth. Right? I'm not saying men are liars, but I'm saying women tend to be more truthful by nature. And therefore, what they do in terms of instruction or in the terms of warning, etc., is actually to give you a true picture. And I think that is a major contribution which comes from women within us.
Thank you. And any questions from the audience? Yes, Henna, please. And maybe you can introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Thank you so much for a very insightful session. I'm Dr. Hina Hijazi. I represent Change Alliance. We have been working in India. We have a legacy of working in India for almost 60 years. And in all our programs and interventions, we integrate gender. So we've moved from gender-sensitive approaches to gender transformation. So a few submissions I'd like to make because I'd like to give reference to a study that we did last year on strengthening women's participation and leadership in disaster risk governance. So this was launched by NDMA and some of the civil society agencies. It was a work which was done by Caritas as well as Change Alliance. So we came out with a disaster framework, risk reduction framework, in which we are looking at integration of gender. But the operationalization of this study is something that we are thinking of, as a next step. This was pilot tested in 4 states, disaster-prone states: Orissa, Assam, West Bengal, and Bihar. So it came out with a list of recommendations, some of which we have been discussing during this, initial session. But I think there is a need for incentivizing, women's role, women's assistance in disaster context. So, we also need to kind of enable a context wherein we are talking about it. So the idea of doing that study, which was aligned with the Sendai framework, so it was very much talking about two types of missionaries which are working at the community level. One is the women missionary and one is the DRR missionary. So most of the times we see a disalignment between the two, and there's a need for creating opportunities. We did talk about ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers, and history gives us evidence that when we have given that leadership role and we have created those opportunities and we have incentivized DRR and linking DRR with jobs, there is greater probability of cascading that kind of work and kind of professionally looking at mitigation, preparedness, response, and allotting responsibilities to women vis-a-vis that. That will give us more, professional approach to this kind of work, because seeing the context in disasters, so long as the DRR missionary and the women missionary, whether these are informal networks, SHGs, PRI members, and there are these DDMAs, EOCs, NDRF, STRF are working together with women in the lead roles, because we've seen so many disasters and we've seen a mix of women's role in the leadership positions, right? So conventionally we're giving them leadership role at very minimal positions and not at the higher positions. So they're not responsible for the designing and all of that. So so that part. And another thing is that we're talking about NDCs right now and climate induced disasters. So NDCs, we have reviewed the 2016 NDC from a gender lens, and I think we need to also look into integrating gender in the NDCs, in the climate action plans, in the DM plans, so long as it's not a part of a program structure. We did talk a lot about gender action plans during the G20 summits, and there was a lot of structural frameworks being developed about that. So in case there is an onus and understanding and and a structural framework can be decided wherein civil society, government, and the other allied sectors can work together with clear roles and responsibilities, because we understand that not only one structure cannot handle this. So if there is coherence, coordination, leveraging of resources, capacities and expertise, so that submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, sir, this is not, madam, it is not really a question, but what you've spoken is something that, with the permission of all the esteemed panelists, I would like to just mention so that this audience gets to know. When the UN Women and National Commission for Women and NDMA collaborated, UN Women was bringing that gender machinery. NDMA was bringing that DRR machinery. And this alliance and National Commission had a sort of the political aspirational willingness and, that kind of attribute. So when these three collaborated, we first thought that on the governance level, before a dedicated unit should be there. And I would like to give compliment to a lot of stakeholders here and UN Women and National Commission that the talks on having a cell was initiated, which is still far away from getting a dedicated administrative unit. But the leadership here, and kudos to the members of NDMA, that the gender and social protection component has been validly, statutorily included in NDMA. So that's the first step. The research that you've spoken about, NDMA is aware of it, and I'm also elated to mention that in 2024 August, we got the first guideline approved from Ministry of Home Affairs on recovery and rehabilitation, where a part of your recommendations have been taken that immediate relief of a certain amount should be given to women, because that 15 days is so crucial, and there should not be any discrimination when that is given. It should not be discriminated against any women. It should be just provided so that she is safe during the time of crisis, because recovery processes take time. And Hannah, you were part of that discussion. Even Sumabha, you were there, and UNICEF, we all collaborated. So, baby steps, but robust steps are taking place. I would also like to mention that this workshop, usually we would have gender mainstreamed in a substantive topic. But today, the substantive topic itself, subsumes that it's the leadership that we are investing in, and NDMA in particular is mindful that the traditional gender roles in DRR of, say, caregivers, nurse, and first line responders in that form are now not totally removed, but are transformed into something where women are participating in policy making. I can also assure that I am part of NDMA and I'm heading plan and policy. So that itself shows that the Prime Minister's office and the NDMA leadership is mindful that the voice is there. But having said that, yes, there's a lot, and I would like to invite the think tanks and people who have invested a lot of time in learning and have observations around it to be part of this component, and we can further enrich it. So since it was a remark, we've just elucidated it a little bit. If there's any other remark,
I add?
Sure, sir.
I just wish to add, I thought for a forum such as this, a practical example of leadership by women in disaster situations. In the last 2 years, I've come across two major ones. Number one, you may not be aware, the Ludhiana gas tragedy. There were 11 fatalities in that case, where you had methane gas which had come out in a particular locality. The deputy commissioner there was a lady, Deputy Commissioner Surbhi Malik, who was absolutely outstanding in her leadership. She's the one who took the decision to vacate the entire community from that area. I can assure you, if that decision had not been taken on time, we would have had a couple of 100 fatalities. So she was sensitive to it, and she took the decision without reference to anyone at all. The second, more popular, which all of you would recall, Wayanad. In Wayanad, the construction of the bridge made all the difference. The bridge was constructed by the Corps of Engineers of the Indian Army, but the team was led by a lady officer. She is the one who stood there in that pouring rain, and 16 hours she got it constructed. I have seen women engineers all over the line of control, sleeping on top of the decks of dozers and all kinds of earth moving machines, etc. No toilet facilities anywhere, and yet they are at it, persistently at it. So I thought I must just reinforce this for your understanding also.
The DC there was also a lady also.
Where?
Why not?
In Wayanad also, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. And I hope that, through the day when we will talk more on gender disaggregated data, skill and capacity building, and gender inclusivity in mitigation projects. But for now, I think the plenary session has set the tone, and I would like to thank all the panelists here. And there's a memento from NDMA, and I'll request the member and HOD and member Hasnain to please felicitate our
But we
esteemed
want to thank
panelists.
Milande for you and your team for doing excellent job and organizing this workshop. Great job.
I will request Hasnain sir to present memento to Madam Jyoti Parekh. Thank you. So the essence of this plenary session was Aapda nahi ubhari, netritva kare jab nari. Thank you very much all panelists. And now we after this plenary session, we will have a 15-minute break for tea, which is just outside this hall. And request you all to come back within 15 minutes. We will start our technical session after the tea break. all consultants. Please request everyone to come inside the hall. Now we are moving on to our technical session 1, which is on gender desegregated data for disaster risk reduction. This session will be chaired by Ms. Seema Soni, Additional Director cum Secretary, Tribal Commission, Government of MP. Ma'am, I request you to kindly take your seat. Moderator for the session is Ms. Sumabha Mohanty from UN Women. Speakers are Madam Mrinalini Srivastava, Director NDMA, Ms. Shalini Jain, Director Inclusion and Impact Seeds India, Ms. Suranjana Datta, Senior Advisor, Hoiro Commission. I request all panelists to kindly take their seats. And I will now hand it over to Ms. Sumabha Mohanty of UN Women to conduct the session. Over to you, Sumabha.
Can we just take 2 minutes? We'll just get everyone inside. Bit of a lot.
Yeah. It's always different to have an event at NDMA compared to other ministries. I mean, like this is less ceremony. Yeah, it's a great thing. Yeah. So actually ये technical session के women disaster पर generally gender के तो हमारा data
resources of data collecting. Problem is collecting data.
इमरजेंसी टाइम में तो थोड़ा हो जाता है, पर जो कॉन्स्टेंटली जो हमारे स्पेशली जो डिजास्टर जो डिजास्टर तो वहाँ पे हमें बहुत कम लगता है, क्योंकि नॉर्मली उनका कोई डेटाबेस नहीं रहता है, इनफॉर्मल काम रहता है और उनकी लाइवलीहुड अगर डिस्टर्ब हो जाती है तो फिर उनको क्या कॉन्सेंट्रेशन है वो कुछ ही मुझे को डेटा नहीं रहता है. सो वी थॉट वी हैव दैट सेशन जस्ट टू स्पीक अबाउट कौन कलेक्ट करेगा डेटा, क्या कलेक्ट होगा, and that really need to focus on when we think about data. We need to make sure that we take up the data very easily. So therefore we don't have thousands in this data. So this really shows
But which data is total? I think
but I think
types of data, the overall data,
so I think
coordination. Basically, main issue is the coordination of different departments.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on gender and data in the context of DRR. Before we start the panel discussion, I would like to invite Madam Seema Soni, who's from Madhya Pradesh, from the Department of Tribal Affairs. She's the additional director cum secretary from the department. I would like to invite her to make a few remarks on the importance of data from the perspective of women as well as vulnerable communities in the context of disasters, in the context of climate risks, and talk about ways in which we can improve this data, whether through collecting this data or whether through better coordination across state departments and national ministries for creating these kinds of databases. So I would request ma'am to just make a few opening remarks, after which we shall delve into the topic in greater detail.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me this important workshop. So I think I am comfortable in Hindi, so that no issue. बेसिकली ये जो टॉपिक आप जो डेटा की बात कर रहे हैं, या मैंने अभी इसके पहले जो आप पैनल्स को भी सुना है, उसमें ये इस क्लियर हुआ है कि बेसिकली हमको डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में स्टार्टिंग कहाँ से करना चाहिए. सो डेटा इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर किसी भी मिशन के लिए. डेटा काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट होता है. स्टार्टिंग आई थिंक जो मेरे विचार में होना चाहिए कि हम आइडेंटिफाइड द डिजास्टर, तो कैसा हमारा अर्थ के कहाँ आ रहा है, फ्रूट कहाँ आ रहा है, हम आइडेंटिफाई करें. फर्स्ट थिंग, डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, एंड देन जो बेसिकली हम जो काम करते हैं, बेसिकली जो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट, not only my department and other state departments like rural department, महिला एंड बाल विकास, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट्स, जो कि नीचे तक लास्ट पर्सन तक काम करता है, वो हमें इसमें सहयोग कर सकता है. बट यस, दिस इज़ वेरी चैलेंजिंग कि इतना हमारे पास डेटा डिफरेंट टाइप्स रहता है, कहीं उसकी डुप्लीकेसी भी होती है. तो इस पे हमको काम करना है, और हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स जो हैं यहाँ पर भी डिस्कशन करेंगे. देन आपके जो सुझाव होंगे, प्लस जो हमारा खुद का जो पर्सनल सजेशंस होंगे, उस पर हम डिस्कशन करेंगे. तो आई थिंक प्लीज़, थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, we'll begin our session. Just to make a few remarks on why we are having this session today, gender or data पे एक session क्यों? The idea is that without really accounting for what the impact of disasters or climate risks more broadly on people are, we cannot really come up with policies and schemes that adequately account for their needs. And typically we see that whether it is during the time of an emergency or now in sort of the broader context of climate and disaster resilience and DRR, because of many reasons, including the fact that women are largely employed in informal livelihoods, women typically don't have access to formal property rights over many assets, Also the fact that a lot of the work that women do in their communities and households, which we call today care work, is not seen as formal or is not seen as economic work at all. So when you have a disaster, you have disruption of livelihoods and communities by climate change, we typically don't account for the losses that women face, whether economic losses or non-economic losses. This is in addition to doing a simple head count of the number of women affected in an emergency. And even that simple head count, so I am not from a humanitarian background, but on this panel, panelists are, and many of you in the audience are, and you know that there has been a lot of struggle and fight to simply say that we must count how many women have been affected by disasters, or to simply separately count how many children have been affected by disasters. So this is what we call disaggregated data, that if we are saying so many people have been affected by disasters, to say how many women, how many children, how many men, how many elderly, and so on. So even these basic head counts typically in many databases are not there. And then when we look at the impacts of disasters and the impact of very complicated climate risks today, we are really not capturing the impacts that they have on women for the reasons I mentioned and many others. So in today's panel, we are going to try and sort of make this agenda and also talk about some of the experiences that we have had and maybe some of the recommendations for how we can strengthen this as an actual action agenda going forward at the national but also at the state level on ground. So with that, I'll start with the panelist to my right, Ms. Shalini Jain, who is with Seeds India. I believe she heads the Inclusion and Impact vertical as director. And of course, inclusion and impact are two words that require data to be measured. And so I'd request her to make a few remarks on just overall the importance of gender data, what Seeds India understands, what she understands by gender data, and to put some of these topics in context.
So thank you for this opportunity. So first of all, let's understand what understanding gender disaggregated data is. It means collecting and analyzing information, as she explains, for both men, women and children, and then understanding how disasters differentially impact them, and trying to emphasize strategies so that they reach to the last mile, reach the most vulnerable. So that is the whole intention behind it. We have seen the disaster impact people differently basis their gender roles, their caste, their age. Women and girls face the maximum burden of it. We have been hearing this since morning, and because of the lack of resources, because of the caregiving nature of duties that they are doing, and also because of the social and the cultural restrictions that are imposed. So using gender sensitive strategies can help save their lives and improve resilience. We have seen in terms of few of the fatalist disasters, 2004 Indian tsunami, ocean tsunami, we were talking about in the morning also, how most of the women and girls were victims of it because of deep-rooted gender inequalities. And after that also, in the aftermath, they were the victims of loss of livelihoods, increased gender-based violence, and exclusion from the relief efforts. And also they left the basic skills of swimming and climbing the trees. That is why they were the major victims of it. Also, during the higher mortality rates were witnessed in the limited early warning access during cyclone Bhola. Almost 3 to 5 lakh people were killed. Maximum of them were women because the early warning did not reach them. They were confined to their houses. They needed permission to come out. Whereas the men folks, they were in marketplace in the mosque and they could easily secure themselves. If we see in the climate-induced disasters, 14 times more children and women are 14 times more likely to die in such kind of disasters. 80% of climate displaced individuals are women, highlighting extreme gender disparity. if we see in the consequences of disasters, women also face the maximum brunt of the gender-based violence. They are exposed to malnutrition, early marriages, teenage pregnancies, and domestic violence, as we have seen in the droughts in Rajasthan. Disaster impact worsens with age, disability, socio-economic status, and caste. Dalit women are the examples of it. They face the maximum atrocities, especially in water excess during droughts. If we see the constraints in collecting gender disaggregated data for DRR, some of them are like the time and resource constraints. Emergency prioritization is different because response takes precedence there, leaving little scope for data collection, a detailed data collection. Limited funding is available. Then also short data collection window is there. So post assessment, more emphasis is given on the humanitarian response, and there is little time to gather comprehensive data. Lack of awareness and technical expertise, limited understanding of how to go about it, no universal framework exists, inconsistent methodologies, inadequate gender sensitivity because the institutional biases also creep in. Social and cultural barriers, gender norms and restrictions. Many women, they limit their mobility is restricted, the participation in surveys is restricted, so they are underrepresented. Privacy concern because the sensitive issues like gender-based violence, they don't come out easily. Household surveys because usually the houses are registered in the name of men, so women are underrepresented here as well. Data gaps and quality issues, lack of standardized indicators, there is no universal framework. Inaccurate data, incomplete data because of the displaced women. If they are not accounted for, if they are missing, then it is incomplete. And also the women of the marginalized communities, if they are not included of different castes and creeds, then still it is incomplete. Also, we see there is sometimes limited integration into policy and practice, weak data utilization. Even if it is collected, political and institutional will is missing, and also lack of coordination, fragmented approach, and lot of duplication of work persists. So there are some ways like why we should be moving forward, because gender disaggregated data is not just important, it is also essential. It ensures that responses are equitable, impactful, and tailored to the needs of different groups. And closing data responses can actually help us derive meaningful strategies to reach out to the most vulnerable. So it's not only GDD, it's also prioritize sex and age disaggregated data. Basically that is important so that nobody is overlooked, and also shift from the household to the individual level where women can, her experience can get recorded. Also to include all the marginalized groups so that she is not overlooked, she is not left behind. Harness the digital setup, the cutting edge technology, deploy mobile data collections, satellite mapping, etc. And basically if we try to include these aspects, we can revolutionize various aspects of disaster risk management strategies.
Thank you so much, Shalini. That was an excellent overview of the entire issue of gender and data and the types of data that we should be thinking about collecting and the types of data that we are not collecting. Given the kinds of things that we have already said, I am thinking of going forward with this panel discussion. In first going perhaps to Suranjana for a few sort of general remarks again on gender and data from perhaps not just an India context, but in your role with the Huaru Commission, which is a global network or a global South network of women's collectives, women at the grassroots. So maybe some general remarks, after which we can probably get into the problem solving aspect of it, which is who collects this data, how do we collect it, and whatever data is out there, how do we actually put it to better use. So with that, Suranjana, if I can ask you for maybe even to introduce not just yourself, but also the Waru Commission very quickly so that everyone's familiar with it, and then some general remarks, please.
Sure. Thank you so much, Somabha, and I'm very grateful to both UN Women and the National Disaster Management Authority of India for having me here today. It's really a privilege to be addressing this large group of practitioners and policymakers, and I can see there's this huge amount of experience in this room. Just to introduce the Waru Commission, which is, you might find it a little bit of a strange name. Waru was actually the suburb away from Beijing when 30 years ago the UN Conference on Women was held in Beijing, and a group of women who were focused on convening grassroots women, different grassroots organizations from around the world, both North and South, came together in a grassroots tent to bring together their very concrete agendas, which were very practical agendas that women most cared about, and that was the birth of the Waru Commission 30 years ago. We're a global network. We work both in the North and in the South. I've obviously been working primarily in the South, and in our network, of course, member organization Swayam Shikshan Prayog that you'll hear from later in the afternoon has been one of the leading organizations that has really shown the way and demonstrated grassroots women's leadership in advancing resilience, whether it is in DRR or in disaster recovery and reconstruction. So you'll hear from them a little more. I thought that I would offer some reflections based on some of the work that is underway in Asia. My focus is really on, and our focus as a network of grassroots women's organizations that is engaged in building the leadership of grassroots women to advance community agendas. Our focus is on looking at the question of whose knowledge is it, whose experience is it, who gathers the data, who owns it, who uses it, who applies it. So we have consistently tried to get grassroots women themselves as part of building their own capacities and leadership to collect data, to analyze it, to learn from it, and to use it as something that they can leverage and advocate for themselves and their communities. So I'm going to share a few examples of, I think very important insights that we've got from engaging women themselves in this data collection process, because there's different ways in which I think practitioners and policymakers look at data and information, and ours is very much about engaging women themselves in whether it's surveying or focus groups or iterative conversations that keep building their ability to articulate these challenges and problems. And I think you all know that DRR and climate change, climate adaptation tend to be very technical subjects. So we have to completely shift the conversation that we are having on the ground, because of course if you ask people do they do disaster management, they may say no, but they are doing small things to manage all the cascading crises that are occurring as a result of natural hazards or climate induced hazards every day practically. So a few examples just to give you a sense of some of the insights that we got from women's knowledge and our ability to gather this knowledge. So recently, I think all of you are familiar with the whole contentious issue of loss and damage, and losses and damages, and funds for these, and compensatory processes. And this is, of course, like all these global agendas, not very sort of inclusive of what is happening very locally. You see a lot of discussion and negotiations among countries, but within the countries, where are we looking at, and
who is going to receive resources that ultimately compensate for the loss and damages. So some of the discussions we had with about 12 grassroots organizations in a small piece of work that we did on loss and damage, we talked to women in the Philippines, and what they said was that they talked a lot about this, their response to major typhoons that are recurring and floods. And they talked about the fact that when they go to, they're actually very reluctant to go to evacuation centers, even though they are well versed in where it is and how to access it. They are not keen to go there at all because of the conditions in which they have to live. They're very unhygienic, and of course there's issues of sexual misconduct, sexual abuse. So there are other issues related to whether they want to leave their homes behind, their assets behind, and go somewhere else. And this is something that very much, I think, resonates with many women in many other locations. So this is really telling us that every day women are kind of trading off one risk against the other. So we think that when people understand disaster risk, they will obviously see the dangers of that and then respond to that if they have the ability. But there are so many other risks that poor and marginalized households are dealing with every day, and women themselves as caregivers within those households and communities are dealing with, that they have to keep balancing these. So am I, and when you have small resources, how will you allocate them, how will you use them, and what choices will you make? And that is very much something that women have to constantly work on. And in these conversations, we try to get women grassroots leaders from one country to speak to another. And the women from East Africa and Uganda and Kenya actually responded by saying, well, in our settings in rural Uganda and Kenya, we do not actually have such things as evacuation centers to go to at all. So we're very dependent on our local communities, our relatives, our friends and family to take shelter if there is some kind of disaster where we are required to move out of our homes. So again, this what it tells us is really that the social networks within which grassroots organizations and women are situated are very critical. And there may be in some cases formal institutional structures available in emergencies to support communities and women, but there also we know that there are also many gaps, and so it has to be this sort of interplay between the formal and the informal systems and networks that actually keep women and their families and communities safe in the context of disasters. So I want to also share some work that we are doing under the Community Resilience Partnership Program, which is a separate a trust fund which has been set up by the Asian Development Bank, and in that we are working, I'm working in Nepal and in Indonesia, and in Nepal it's in the Tarai region and it's Central Java and Indonesia. And here we have been very keen right from the beginning to get grassroots women leaders engaged in the project and the program right from the start. So in the field, what we're doing is our local partners or the organizations we are working with, we have a sort of maybe we can call it a mature leadership group of grassroots leaders, about 20-25 of them, who have been trained and are being trained to collect data on who's the most vulnerable in their communities. Now we also have to accept that this is all sort of very hyper-local, and many times even though national institutions have databases that look at who is vulnerable, who's at risk, what are the kinds of risks, risk and vulnerability are also hyper-local, and it is grassroots women's organizations that are able to gather and update data on vulnerability in real time and make sure resources get to local communities, particularly those who are very marginalized or might have in their homes, people who are elderly, sick, pregnant, and so forth. And they know, because from village to village it differs, who is most marginalized, who will not be able to come out of the house, where are there social taboos around them accessing water bodies and water sources. So women carry a lot of this information, and so we've also gotten women to in Indonesia in both countries it's underway, but in Indonesia they've finished surveying within Yogyakarta about 200. They first identified who was most vulnerable, and according to those identity groups they've surveyed about 200 households to see what are the kinds of different problems that they face, and looking at social protection programs of the government, of which there are several, and whether they are receiving these or not. Again, this informal, formal comes into play because they feel that there are some which are facing multiple vulnerabilities. They'll be elderly, widows, disabled, they will not have mobility, they will be living in very marginalized places, but they are not on any government database, and therefore they are not receiving any of the government benefits, whether it is non-cash food or the conditional cash transfers or the pensions. So they're not receiving any of these programs, and so women themselves get together and collect either, provide some sort of food or provide even cash many times to these households and try and support them. So that's and the other thing coming out is that there's, after many iterative discussions, indebtedness in both Nepal and Indonesia, very, very major issues and risks faced by grassroots women, causing all kinds of conflict within the household, mental illness, mental stress. So I think when we talk about climate finance, disaster finance, we really need to look very carefully at this issue of sort of burgeoning microfinance industry, the amount of lending going on, and how we really need to balance it with social protection mechanisms that are putting flexible resources in the hands of impoverished women and their families. And the sort of last example that I want to give is actually of one other point about Indonesia. The other point coming out is that women are basically reporting that where there are decentralized mechanisms for checking, evaluating and adjusting the beneficiary database, that ends up more effective than when it's a purely national kind of mechanism where data is being gathered and updated. So which I think makes a lot of sense. So because there, when you have that local ability to adjust the database, it's far more responsive to vulnerable populations, and that's something that so again and women also have the ability then to mobilize those who are local groups and bring people who are missing from the database into the database, and they've done that successfully in Indonesia by updating the local databases. But increasingly with the aggregation and the what do you call it, bringing together of the databases, this might actually be something where increasingly national governments are bypassing or not looking at what data is available with local government, nor do they necessarily have a formal role in adjusting the database where it is probably not been updated or where it is not exactly aligned to those who are really in need of resources. So I think again we see in COVID-19 with SSP, the women's groups who collected a lot of data for the state government, and this was and for UNICEF, there were about 300 Sakhis who collected data across 2,000 villages, I think, in 3 districts, something like that. But what is important for me to say here is that UNICEF was focused on collecting the data and surveying people and looking at the sanitation and health needs. But the women started taking the data to support migrants who did not have, returning migrants from urban areas who did not have networks in rural areas, in order to help them get ID cards, job cards, link them to Narega and so on. So again you see this sort of gap between national programs and even though a pipeline exists to deliver shock responsive, adaptive social protection to the grassroots, to the poorest, there are still these gaps which the local organizations and collectives of women keep sort of filling. So I think I've gone beyond my time, so I will stop there and say, just reiterate the last point, that because the impacts of disasters are hyper-localized, it makes a lot of sense to have grassroots women's organizations and their networks collecting and owning the knowledge about risks, about vulnerability,
because that becomes a catalyst for their empowerment as much as it is useful practical data for governance and the responses to disasters.
Thank you so much, Suranjana. So so there are two or three sort of takeaway points that I think will go into my next question. But thank you for bringing up specifically the points around the data that's being collected at the local level by those at the local level themselves. So you need data that's, you know, on almost a continuous basis to be collected and updated by women and community members at the local level that are facing the climate and disaster risks, to be able to plan their own strategies at the local level. And of course then there is the challenge of where does this data go? Does this data then feed into district level programs? Does this data go in? Is there a database that can absorb some of this data? Or is this data knowledge that then goes into state government policies and programs, or sort of national workshops and then national policies as the way we are planning now? Because there is data, there is information, there is knowledge. A lot of times the data is collected under different programs, and the databases for those programs may not be government databases at all. So they are not comparable to the government dashboards and databases. Or there's data collected by different departments under different schemes, and they are not harmonized with databases by other departments under other schemes either. And so I would like to actually sort of use this to lead into the question for Mrinalini, who is director at NDMA and specifically looking at policy and planning within NDMA. There have been multiple efforts, I think, over the years by NDMA to increasingly sort of systematize and make more robust frameworks for assessments. And these are both risk and vulnerability assessments that SDMAs typically are charged with. And these are also post-disaster needs assessments, PDNAs, that once again, I think the effort is that as much as possible, Indian governments, or at the national and state level, government officials themselves are able to carry out without necessarily inviting external help. So we need to have that internal capacity, which shows that there is actually increasing understanding of investing in our capacity to be able to collect data and use that data to then plan action, whether policies, whether relief and recovery, rehabilitation, or recovery, or overall DRR policies. So maybe, Mrinalini, if you could touch upon some points around either some sort of data challenges that NDMA itself is able to witness as coming from the local level when it comes to if there is, let's say, a large-scale emergency. So at the time of a crisis or a disaster, when you have to plan along.
So for NDMA, I would like to go about this question, in multiple layers. So the first being that, at the plan and policy level, and as NDMA, we are also responsible for overall governance structure, and that's where data is a very important field, so to say. Now, the first and the foremost thing by government is that there is a mandate that there should be gender responsive data collection. Now, the first good thing that there is a mandate. Now I'll come to the challenge, whether that mandate is being fulfilled or not, and if that is not being fulfilled, what are the reasons and what are the mechanisms by which we are trying to fulfill that mandate. So the NDMA with its state bodies which are called SDMAs, and I would like to particularly talk about Orissa. Orissa is a success in many ways. There is a dedicated gender cell in Orissa, and I'm glad that we have representatives here, and if the need be, I'll also request them to kind of come in and probably corroborate further what I'm trying to bring to fore for the audience here. So with that mandate, we go to the SDMAs, we talk to them that data has to be collected in a certain manner. But then the two important subtopics of today's conference: one, the data collection itself, and two, skilling and capacity. So we have found that at the state level, how to collect data itself is something that we need to train people on, and sensitization that data is important. So there is a remarkable gap at the federal level and at the state level, and then further, when you go granular to the district level, because the reason perhaps is at the district level there's a lot of firefighting, and a very I actually use the word hyper local. So what happens at that space is that it's a cohesive engagement but not a standardized template. So the action does take place, but it is not weaved in a manner the way our national disaster management information system is designed, which is an umbrella portal. Now under the Sendai framework, we gave so to try and solve this, we gave a data entry operator that when an incident takes place, this is the standard template. You fill in this data, it will be received at the Ministry of Home Affairs and at NDMA level. To our surprise, disappointment, and dismal state of affairs, this data is not only inadequate, skewed, missing, not, we talk of AI doing large scale data analysis. Here the data itself is not available, to that level. Now, this workshop is more for all of us to find solutions, and this is why we are being so threadbare that this is the problem we also face at the central level. So what we now have enumerated is that we need to have and appoint dedicated gender officers also, because that data which is being collected by the data operator is just being a number without any qualification to it around age, sex and disability, that sad SADD attributes. And we gave them the template, and still that's not happening, because now what has happened, the gap that the data operator is an key entry person, but the governance levels are not sensitized enough, and then they would not provide the data to that operator, and that's not being. It's a very, very small issue, but has caused a big gap at the federal level. Then at the PDNA level, again, India's PDNA is becoming a case study, and that how much training is taking place. When we try to come up with indicators, a number of our senior officers, including ranks like mine, are not aware of how important an indicator can be towards the data input. For instance, when we go for the post-disaster need assessment, we need to have a demographic indicator which will allow us to get the data like population, household, income. Then it's not just the demographic data, that's the simplest of all. Even that is missing, but that's the simplest of all. But when we go towards vulnerability indicators, so to say, how many women got displaced because of a certain disaster? How many of them were subject to gender-based violence? Was there a human trafficking? We do not have that data or correlation. Then we are talking about investing in leadership, but we do not know what is the percentage of women at local and district level in the committees. And then we also do not know how many women participated in those infrastructure, resilience, recovery, ABC, you name it, and those indicators are failing us, because when we are doing this assessment, we are not categorizing that these indicators should be aligned in a manner which also helps us to cull out the data. Now, why is that happening? Because I think in the governance structures, we do not even realize the importance of this data in resource allocation, budgeting, and the importance that a strong component of the community is getting left behind because we are not aware. For instance,
Today, when we spoke that on Apada Mitra, out of 1 lakh, 20,000 women have been trained. Now that data allows us to reflect on the numbers, that why this number is so less, or did we not reach out to them, or were they not available? If they were available, were they not keen? Then the number of questions will come in the mind of the decision makers based on that data. So, so the challenges are known to us. We are again working on them. I can only assure you that this problem is very big. This problem is not just about gender. It is absolutely about our education system, how well we are educated, how we're dovetailing this into the documentation, how keenly we are then, following up. We have held a number of workshops on many occasions, but we have now tried to change our workshops. Every workshop of NDMA is now following up from the previous workshop. We can tell you from where we were, where we have moved, but it takes a lot of effort. It is a lot of sweat, and I think overall there's a human tendency to procrastinate and be lazy. It has nothing to do with gender. So I will stop at that, but I have given you the gamut that as governance system that we face. But I would like to quickly, if our moderator and chair would allow, Orissa to just come in here to just tell that in the governance how they have sorted it at their state level. This may probably help us if
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, data really is a challenge for us, and okay. Yeah. In Odisha, the disaster is Odisha is the capital for disasters. Every year we are facing either a flood or a cyclone or a hailstorm. And in the 2 days back, we have faced the hailstorm. The district, the Mayurbhanj district, which is a very geographically is a very big district and one of the biggest districts in the state. Around 26 blocks in that district. There is a huge loss. The day before yesterday, there is a review meeting among the collectors taken by our additional chief secretary and managing director of SDMA. So anyhow, anyway we are getting a disaster in our state. So our involvement, our women involvement in disaster management, it's vital, and also that has taken into account, and government of Odisha has decided to integrate or to mainstream gender and inclusion in all our disaster management activities or all our DRR process. That's why with the support of UNFPA, United Nations Population Foundation, we have initiated a process. We have developed a roadmap, gender inclusion roadmap for our state. After preparation of that roadmap, then we decided now we will go for a gender cell. So there is a cell is working for gender and inclusion in DRR in OSDMA. Of course, the support from UNFPA, the technical support provided by UNFPA, they are providing the support. And from SDRF capacity building was sanctioned few crores rupees for gender cell. And the gender cell is working in all the districts. First we have taken as a pilot. I am taken in 15 districts. But the pilot was started with the support of UNFPA. In all the 6 coastal districts we started the pilot, the first pilot. That was how to sensitize the district level officials, the block level officials. The most important thing is the data, getting the data. So there is a lot of consultation workshop among the district level officials, the block level officials, even at the panchayat level, the panchayat executive officers, the sarpanch, then the other ward members. We have trained on different issues on disaster, and also the participation of women in disaster management, particularly data integration. Now, those after getting good success, good response from the community, government of Odisha has decided no, we'll go for other districts, and now have taken that 6 and another 15. And we have taken not only the coastal districts, we have taken the backward districts like Malkangiri, Koraput, Nabarangpur, which is far from the Bhubaneswar, around 400 kilometers, 500 kilometers, we have taken in the districts. Now, the cell is actively working with all the district level officials and also simultaneously we are sensitizing the state level officials. And the most important is how to integrate women or social issues in DRR process and also data collection. The cell is the cell only we have 3 to 4 people, and all our administrative officers, they are providing support. The administrative officers sitting in front of you, they are also supporting. They are moving to different districts to organize training programs, to organize consultation workshops. Even if one of our dedicated OS officer is the rank of deputy general, joint secretary, he is moving from one district to another district to orient the people, to orient the administrative officers, the line department officials, even if the health professionals, the women and child development department officials, the Mission Shakti. There is a department called Mission Shakti. Those who are working for self-help group members, we are also orienting them on gender and other social issues. Social issues, including children, special abled, and other issues also. The cell now moving forward to other districts. We have already reached up to the panchayat level, but we have to go to the village level. So after getting the second phase of the gender and inclusion cell program, we will move to the village level. That is the initiative taken by Government of Orissa or Orissa State Disaster Management Authority, how to integrate gender and inclusion or women participation of women in different DRR process. So another thing I can say, there is also now we are going for a village level task force committee, task force members. From there we have task force members in the cyclone shelters. Odisha has around 909 cyclone shelters. All cyclone shelters have their task force members, around 50 members for each cyclone shelter. They are managing the response activities in their own before arrival of the response forces. Now Government of Orissa has decided no, we will go for the non-shelter villages where shelter is not available, we will go for the task force members. And it is a mandate that we will train 10 volunteers from each village. Having there is no equality, there is 6:4. There was taken 6 male volunteers and 4 female volunteers for train them on search, rescue, first aid. But there is a logic behind it, because after the marriage the girl moved somewhere, so there is a interest that at least 6 volunteers there in the village, they can help during the disaster. That is the intention is there behind this. But there is no other intention, that has intentional done by so but they are carrying the knowledge to the other village, that is there. But to first to convince the people, we have to do that. Then we will move 50% to 5:5. That is the intention. But when you are going ahead, you have to do some intentionally to get success. That is the intention behind of the 6:4. That we have done. And this year we have planned to train around 10,000 volunteers. 10,000 volunteers in 100 villages. Around 4,000 women volunteers will train with 6,000 male volunteers. But sorry, there is a good intention behind the 6:4. So don't take it otherwise. And this is the truth I am telling you, to move to the community, to inbuild the system in the community that has been started. Thank you.
Berasab, you have been a gender voice and champion. If we can just allow the thank you.
I have a question. Have you any common portal?
No, we are developing a portal called Summer. In that portal we will integrate all the data who are trained on different aspects of disaster management. The volunteer itself, they will register in that Summer. We are working with NIC is working for us. So already we have enrolled 3,000 volunteers, trained volunteers in Summer portal. But some problems here and that way, but very specific. The Summer portal is working with got ODR, disaster resource control like IDR, but all our disaster management plans will be integrated into ODR. That is the main.
आपका जो डेटा ये होता है, आप सी फार्म से एक्चुअली मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ कि आपने ये फोर्स या अपना सेल का वो किया है, गठन किया है, तो दैट कि वो फाइनली कहाँ आप उसको कलेक्ट करते हैं, या फिर हमारे पास एक प्रॉपर वे में कि यदि हम बात करते हैं कि उड़ीसा में इतना हमारा जैसे आपके यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा इसकी प्रॉब्लम है डिजास्टर की, तो उसको कहीं आपका कोई एक डेटा या एक पर्टिकुलर कोई पोर्टल पर ऐसा कुछ बता सकते हैं क्या आप?
So, this means they are oriented. What type of data they require or what analysis we require, that is in our orientation in this also we are orienting the officer. So, after getting orienting these officers, then we will able to get the data. And in our NDMA data, Orissa has integrated all the information, but because of the support from NDMA, the consultants are moving different districts of our state. They have oriented the government officials. Now that's why we are able to get all the data. So still there is lack, a lot of lack, but we are getting data from the state level. The line department officials is becoming very difficult for us. But we are getting data from the district level, but we are not getting data from the state line departments. So you know, it will take time.
Ma'am, with permission of the chair, I will add something to Meganath Babu. Here only. Actually, during any kind of disaster, we have a evacuation plan we did at the grassroots level, that we may call village or block level or district level. There we give the data. We give the data on everything, like how many persons from women category, men category, and children. That data is available in district level, in every district, and at the state level also. Talking about the gender orientation, we have a missions of the department where 4 lakh set of women are oriented about the gender issue. They are incorporated into the disaster risk reduction program. There is a network called Locus, where all information is available at the district also and the state level too. Talking about the visible presence of women leader in disaster risk reduction program at the cyclone shelter level, we have 50% of the women leadership at the village level are from women category who are engaged in the disaster program.
Okay, ma'am, Dr. Sunita Jena, he is looking up the planning. Yes, this year she has prepared 10,000 village disaster management plan, and how she is collecting data she can share with you.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. So, I must say something about disaster management plans. We have 30 districts in Odisha, and we have all prepared 30 district disaster management plans, and these plans are getting revised every year. And we have data, the basic data of a district having the profile, population profile is there, and vulnerability profile is also there. That includes the household being headed by women. So every data is there, and it is also getting revised every year. But thing is that, as Meghnaji said, challenge is everywhere, because the data, whatever we are getting, it is based on some official data that we have collected 10 years back. So it needs to be revised. And we have block disaster management plan at block level. So there is an integration at block level, that is WCD department is there, PR department there. We are covering all the women also through some schemes. And we have our own mechanism to identify this population to extend our schemes. From that also we are fetching our data. Because those who are being covered by some social sector schemes, they are also vulnerable. That is a part of that disaster management also focuses on that. And one more thing I must add here, that data itself speaks a lot. Sometimes the story for a data also is different. Like in Fani, the total number of deaths in Orissa was 64. And out of that, only 3 or 4 females were there, rest of them were males. That is not because that males are more vulnerable and females are less. This is again because of lack of opportunity of the females to go outside. And that is a summer season cyclone and mango season. And Kal Vaisakhi is very common in Odisha. That's why the male population are outside to gather or to collect the mangoes. So sometimes you have to analyze the data also before going to any conclusions. So whatever we are taking in our database in the plans also needs to be revised, because that is based on certain kind of previous data that has taken very long years back, because census is not there. 10 years back it was been done. So everywhere data is a challenge. Till then, what Odisha is working, whatever existing data we have, we are focusing on that. On basing on that, we are preparing our plans. Like we have focused on 6 coastal districts first, and the blocks identified was the 22 coastal blocks only. Then we have extended the block disaster management plans, at least one block, one most vulnerable block of every district. That's why in first phase we have taken 50 blocks for block disaster management plan. In the second phase, we have added 216 more blocks. And in the year 2014, we have collected 10,000 village disaster management plans. Of course, I was not there, but still the village disaster management plans, at least 8,000 something plans were we have with us in OSDMA only. So from that also, we can get the data at the village level. Now we are focusing on 10,000 more village disaster management plans and 2,295 GP disaster management plans. From that only we are getting so many data. That's why it is easy for us to where we have to take our volunteers, where we should focus on training of search and rescue, as Meghnad have already discussed here. That's how we are working in OSDMA and Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always great to revisit the success story of my home state. So actually this is the wonderful sort of very much the very practical sort of operational approaches that our colleagues from Orissa have mentioned. I think from there, Mrinalini, if I can just come back to you with a few perhaps ideas or submissions that are also based on what our panelists have said so far. Which is to say that there are already databases that NDMAs and SDMAs use and state governments use at the time of disaster. So the idea is to make sure that they are updated constantly. And there are 2 ways in which these databases are created and also updated. One is their linkage to social security databases, other department schemes and so on, which give an indication of the vulnerabilities or which households are vulnerable, therefore receiving what schemes, and then linking to those as part of the disaster databases. So that is something perhaps I can ask you and ma'am, our chairperson here, how easy is it to coordinate the databases across departments, existing databases, not even new data, for disaster management purposes at the state level. That is one. And second, क्योंकि हम आपदा मित्रों की बात, आपदा सखियों की बात कर रहे हैं, is it possible to say आपदा सखीज जो सिर्फ data collection पे ध्यान दें? If we can think about some sort of skill and capacity, or sorry, skilled cadre of women on ground that are collecting not new, there's many kinds of data to collect, but just in terms of validating and updating the existing databases, is that something that you think is a feasible way to scale up the ideas of Abda Mitras that we have spoken about today as well? Have a separate sort of focus and training there to improve the capacity of data collection and validation. So the coordination across departments, which ma'am also can speak to, being from a different department, and also the idea of creating capacity through citizens and women on ground.
थैंक यू। बेसिकली जो हमने भी देखा है फील्ड लेवल पर भी, तो दो हमारे पास पॉइंट्स होते हैं, तो रूरल और अर्बन। सो दैट रूरल के लिए हमको पंचायत डिपार्टमेंट, आई थिंक फॉर ऑल स्टेट्स में बेसिक डिपार्टमेंट्स होता है। एंड देन स्कूल एजुकेशन, बिकॉज ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन का मैं इसलिए बार बात कर रही हूँ कि जो अगर प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की हम बात करते हैं, तो जो हमारा प्राइमरी टीचर होता है, बेसिकली मैं अभी थोड़ा सा एजुकेशन में देख रही थी, खासतौर पे ट्राइबल एजुकेशन। तो प्राइमरी जो टीचर होता है वो उस कम्युनिटी या उस एरिया या उस विलेज के बारे में उसको सारा नॉलेज होता है, बिकॉज आपकी जस्ट लाइक अ मास्टर जी, जो पेरेंट होते हैं, बेसिकली मदर जो होती है, मदर ट्रस्ट करती है अपने बच्चे के टीचर पर, राइट। तो हम भी आप भी काफ़ी क्लोज हो जाते हैं जब हमारे बच्चे के एजुकेशन की बात होती है। तो एजुकेशन और सेकंड इज़ अ हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट। हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट भी बहुत क्लोज होता है किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट के लिए, किसी भी घर के लिए, वुमेन के लिए। तो ये दो डिपार्टमेंट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड थर्ड इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इज़ WCD, वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट। और मुझे ये लगता है कि इसमें फिर जब हम अर्बन साइड पर आते हैं, तो अर्बन डिपार्टमेंट, नगर पालिका, नगर पंचायत, तो देन स्टेट लेवल पर अगर किसी स्टेट की बात करें तो हमें एक नोडल डिपार्टमेंट तो होना ज़रूरी है। और जैसे मैम ने कहा कि एक टेम्पलेट, बट वही बात है कि टेम्पलेट डेटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर तक ही सीमित ना हो। हमें ऑफिसर्स या जो भी हमारे, इवन इसमें एक चीज़ और पॉइंट आउट करना होगा, NGOs, काफ़ी NGOs का मतलब काम कर रहे हैं। जैसे मैं अगर MP गवर्नमेंट की बात करूँ तो हमारे पास एजुकेशन फील्ड पे अच्छे फाउंडेशन पिरामिल है, अजीम प्रेमजी फाउंडेशन हैं, मैजिक बस वगैरह है, तो वो काफ़ी हमको सपोर्ट करते हैं। तो NGO को भी हमें इन्वॉल्व करना चाहिए। और जब तक हम किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म पर हम सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स मिलकर एक किसी भी, चाहे तो हम IT का, विदाउट IT तो अब कुछ होना ही नहीं है, तो हमें एक सपोर्ट तो लगेगा। तो एक नोडल डिपार्टमेंट विथ कोऑर्डिनेशन ऑल दीज डिपार्टमेंट जिनकी मैं बात कर रही हूँ। तो मेरे हिसाब से कि हमको डेटा प्लस फिल्टर, जो काफ़ी हमको एरर्स मिलती, जैसे समग्र की बात करें, MP में समग्र पोर्टल था, बट काफ़ी उसमें डुप्लीकेसी हुई, गलतियाँ हुई। तो आई थिंक ये मेरा खुद का पर्सनल ये जो सोच है कि ये एक नोडल प्लस अदर डिपार्टमेंट जो कि डायरेक्टली फैमिलीज से जुड़े हुए हैं, इनका कोऑर्डिनेशन ज़रूरी है।
So, the two questions that you posed, one, the line departments and inter-ministerial coordination. Now, I will sound pessimistic, but this is an area where if on a scale of 10, we are very much at 1. It's a very poor ranking, but only couple of ministries who are working, together in a very invested manner, only there we get the data. But when you talk of disaster, however, there's a catch to it, and where I found that a solution is also available. So we were developing the national adaptation plan for the climate change, and where the Ministry of Environment is the lead ministry, but they asked us to be the DRR focal. So in India, I think you require a lot of mandate in a manner where a very higher up, top-down kind of instruction, when it goes with multiple reminders. So that's when you get the information. Now, how do we make it a standard operating behavior? I'll not even use the process. So I think on that behavioral change, we need to probably look into it, that what is that happens, why are we, is it because we are short on manpower, human resources, is it because हमारा चलता है, attitude है कि हम किसी चीज़ को taken for granted करते हैं? I really have no answer to it, and I'm also putting it out to you all, because we are all part of the same system, and sometimes maybe I'm here in the government, sometimes maybe I'm part of that community, but and the more rigorously you follow it up, you're not really liked to. You can also ask my consultant sitting here. Yes, there is a lot of hum about it, that and here also a gender issue comes. A woman asking like that is stereotyped, that she must not be happy. ये खुद भी दुखी है, दूसरों को दुखी कर रहे हैं. So I would like to mention that हम फिर भी दुखी करेंगे, क्योंकि हमें वो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए हमारे देश के विकास के लिए. To say that विकसित भारत 2047 will not come easy. वो आपको डंडा चलाना पड़े, प्लीज़ आप लोग चलाइए, because this is how, because if you see it from civic sense to anything in India, I do not know what is that behavioral issue. So the issue is not of governance. It is every person's behavioral issue in India. We have a problem. We need to sort it. I do not know how we will sort it. So that's one. The second question, where you said that how we can now use the databases and
or increase to collect the data, women's capacity, we can do.
Yeah, so on Apda Mitra, yes. So I think that's a very good idea. The only catch, once again, is not the data collection or training. The perception that the moment government will ask कि आप ये कीजिए, people want a job and employment, and then the whole concept of volunteerism will change, and now it becomes difficult. So volunteerism after a couple of years becomes a right to seek employment, and when that happens, it is difficult for the government, because we wanted हर घर में एक आपदा मित्र, आपदा सखी हो और वो ये करे, बट आप उनसे जैसे डेटाबेस ये मांगेंगे तो फिर मुश्किल होगा. मैं आपके साथ और एक बहुत दुखद बात शेयर करना चाहूँगी. हमने सेंडाई फ्रेमवर्क में कंसल्टेंट्स दिए, और हमने कंसल्टेंट्स को जब 115 एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में भी गेव कंसल्टेंट्स. After 3 years, the issue that the government is sorting is not the Sendai framework, but the employability of the consultants and the continuation of that employability. And we have to now listen to that problem. It's not that we can avoid it. We cannot say. और हमने उन्हें कहा कि हमारे कंसल्टेंट्स की कैपेसिटी कैसी थी कि वो एक्सटेंशन नहीं हो पा रहे हैं. वो कंसल्टेंट्स क्यों नहीं बेटर प्रोजेक्ट्स बना पाए कि वो खुद और ये हो जाते, तो बात कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर आ गई. सो ले देकर बात आती है हमारी विलिंगनेस की, हमारी कैपेसिटी कि हम अपने आप को हर दिन कितना इम्प्रूव करते हैं. सो द डेटा बेस इज़ अवेलेबल. हाउ मेनी टाइम्स डू वी इवन एक्सेस इट? वी हैव बिकम एन एडहॉक मैकेनिज्म काइंड ऑफ सोसाइटी. वी जस्ट वांट टू डू इट उस समय का ग्लोरी, उस समय का ये, एंड वी डू नॉट वैल्यू आवर इंस्टीट्यूशंस. I have worked in Africa, and I can tell you, to have a police station in a country where the peace building effort is going on, जहाँ police station नहीं है, आप लोग उस police station की value नहीं समझेंगे. हम उस police station को taken for granted करते हैं, और हम पुलिस वाले भी खुद उसमें वैसे हो जाते हैं. This is not a time to give lecture, but it is important to give this lecture because it is each one of us. It is very easy to ask question. It is very easy to point a finger, but are we really doing that? So at NDMA, I take that onus. We will do it. My team will do it. Our senior leadership is doing it. And along with UN Women and our SDMAs, we hope that the next workshop that we have improved from where we are today, at least on the documentation, including the databases. That's the only thing I can say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was as close to a commitment as anyone can ever get, I think, from a government representative. I want to open this up to questions, but I think we have about 10 minutes. Okay. Is it okay if I? Yeah. So if there are any absolutely burning questions, because we have lunch after this, so all of us will be hopefully staying and meeting over lunch, so we can have a chat about this. But if there are any very crucial questions you want to ask, I really request that you don't make it a comment, that you make it a quick question. We can answer it and then we can close the session. Okay. Yeah, can we have 2 hands up, so.
Since I have the government on the dais and it's not a burning question, so you can gloss over it if you like. But you addressed data integrity and sensitization on data.
Could you introduce yourself first?
Sorry,
please?
Dr. Rohini with Doctors for You. Thanks. And so my question is, how much of a hurdle is the politicizing of data? You've seen that since COVID, and so for both of you from the government. Thanks.
As far as the COVID, of course, I would like to say that it's not that government would shy away or politicize. First of all, we are on a very dismal state where the data is really not available. That itself is a matter of embarrassment. That's one. Number 2, my experience with senior leadership is that they do not want to shy away from it. You can be assured and be hopeful on this. And I would also like to mention from some of the high political officers of this country that they would want to have the data available. Otherwise, Sendai framework would not have been signed and we would not have put consultants and data operators. So it is not just a lip service. However, there's so many issues taking place around us that, some of these things become relegated and are not given due importance unless a workshop or something comes by. So I can assure you, I have seen it firsthand. And number 2, given my nature, you can imagine if there was not, I would have said that. So there is sort of a sensitivity to it, and things are improving on the National Disaster Management Information System. And on use of AI, there are high-level discussions at how we can really bring it about. But when we go top-down and bottom-up, that balance is still not there. So for that, things are progressively improving, but I'll bet, smaller, really tiny, hopping steps. Thank you.
Hannah, if you don't mind, would you like to do your question later, or can you very quickly summarize your question?
Very quickly. It is culling out from what you've said just now, and Suranjana was also talking about Indonesia experience where we have such kind of data collection methods. So COVID was a very good example where the government, the civil society, public-private partners came together in terms of collecting information in the spirit of transparency and accountability. So would a AI-generated techno solution, a dashboard, a real-time data collection mechanism be instituted maybe in some pilot states to start with, where people are putting out data? Because I can say from a national coalition perspective that there are these interagency groups which are small think tanks of people who are working very closely with the community, and usually within 48 to 72 hours we collect some kind of data, and we have hands-on on the protection data, on the gender data, and maybe if some standardized, harmonized templates and tools, and I think the UN Women rep did talk about a tool which is in the making could be generated, and through a live dashboard that kind of information starts trickling it at the national level, at the state levels, where everybody is putting their data, and then there could be some kind of validation mechanisms also instituted in that mechanism. I think that will be more in spirit of lending transparency and accountability to the information that we receive. As a national coalition, post-disasters, we come out with this risk matrix, response matrix, which collects a lot of information from a lot of actors.
Yes, but I've taken note of it, and under the gender and social protection component, we'll invite you over. Let's have a more detailed discussion and see what modality can come around.
Okay, I think we can close the session with that.
Thanks to the great all-women panel. And before we go for lunch break, I will request chair and moderator to present mementos to other 2 speakers. And Madam Milani, Madam will present mementos to our chair and moderator.
So maybe
after
first I
that.
will request the chair to
Yes.
give it to us.
Yes.
Panelists.
Now I will request Mrinali Madam to present memento to chair and moderators.
And I would like you to clap for her. There's no punishment to come by your effort.
Just please come closer for a group photograph. Now we will break for lunch. Lunch is at atrium on the ground floor, and please come back after, by 2 p.m. sharp. Good afternoon to all of you in the post-lunch first session, that is technical session 2 on skill and capacity building for women in DRR. This session will be chaired and moderated by Ms. Sumabha Mohanty of UN Women. And panelists, I will request panelists to take their seats as I call their name. Shri Hariram Yadav from NDRR, Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, Provost Strategic Initiatives at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, specialist in landslide research and technology. Mr. Wasi Alam, Senior Specialist from CDRI. There will be one online participant from UN Women Asia Pacific Regional Office Bangkok, Ms. Joel Chornabo, Program Coordinator, Humanitarian Action. Mr. Imran Mazid, Program Director, EDRA India. Dr. Shraddha Chikrur, National Program Officer, UNESCO, and Ms. Nidhi Jamwal, Climate Journalist. Request all the panelists to kindly take their respective seats. Now I will request Chair and Moderator, Ms. Sumabha Mohanty, to please take charge of the session.
Respected panelists, thank you for squeezing yourselves into a very small space. I appreciate it, and I hope it demonstrates the enthusiasm with which we have organized this workshop, and thank you for being here. Maybe a quick sound check. We have a panelist online, our UN Women colleague from our regional office in Bangkok. We just want to make sure we can hear her and she can hear us. Joelle, if you can hear us, can you unmute yourself and say hello?
Hi there. Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I just
there we go.
Her, so can you ask her to unmute herself and say hello?
I'm unmuted.
Us, otherwise she would have said hello.
I'm unmuted. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh. Can you see me?
We can't hear, no?
Oh.
Okay, please bear with us for just a minute. We just want to make sure that we can hear the panelists.
I think the sound might be... Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Well, I don't want to hold things up too long. Oh no, now I can't hear you either. Oh, Okay.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, but your voice is so low.
Might be a challenge in the room, because I think some other people online can hear okay. Testing, testing. I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything. I can't hear, sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that I
Good
can.
afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, I can hear this.
Okay, ma'am.
I can't hear Samabha though. Oh, there we go. I heard that.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Success.
Okay, thanks a lot for joining in. We can hear you and see you, so welcome.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your patience. We're ready to start the session now. Thank you to NDMA for allowing us to have one more session on gender and DRR. Our session this afternoon is on skill and capacity building for women in DRR. I'm Samada, I'm from UN Women. We are joined by another colleague of ours from UN Women who's with the Regional Gender and Asia Pacific Office, Joel, who is the coordinator for all of the humanitarian actions that we do in the Asia Pacific region. We have a wonderful, rich, long list of panelists here. Dr. Manisha, we have Dr. Shraddha, who used to be a colleague at UN Women and now is with UNESCO. We have Nidhi Jambal, who is a journalist now, most recently focusing on humanitarian. We have Mercy Aslam from CDRI. We have Hariram Nagar from NDRF. And we have Imran from RWD. A round of applause for our panelists, please. So just some contextual remarks to discuss why we are having this session on skill and capacity, specifically for women in DRR. As we have discussed through the speeches of NDMA, UN Women, and the panelists this morning, we are looking in the DRR ecosystem, not as women only as beneficiaries of various disaster management programs and policies, including post-disaster relief systems. Also looking at women as leaders within their community. Where the scale and complexity of disasters and of increasing climate risks means that we do need more people, more citizens, more communities to be part of the process of decision making as well as taking action. And one of the ways to do this and ensure that the action taken is socially inclusive as well as gender inclusive and responsive is to make sure that women, particularly at the community level, are at the forefront of planning, decision making, and implementation for DRR and for emergency responses. But since we need a variety of skills, capacities and expertise, including leadership, but also including very technical skills that address different aspects of DRR and disaster management. We have a very varied panel here to talk about the different aspects of skill and capacity building for communities as well as for women and women leaders within communities, the gaps and opportunities that they have experienced and they can guide in this regard, and what kinds of actions today we can collaboratively think of to guide the path forward in terms of capacity building on ground when it comes to building a more resilient DRR ecosystem for the country. I would actually like to start perhaps with NDRF because they, being at the front lines whenever there is a crisis, when there is a disaster, are the people responsible for ensuring that everyone affected is safe. The first line of action for rescue and response, and for making sure that there is minimal impact of any disaster, no matter how large the scale, on lives lost. And at the end of the day, that's the bottom line for disaster management. So sir, from you, of course this is a very flexible sort of open-ended session, and you're welcome to provide remarks in about any aspect of this as you may like. But I would like to, if possible, know from you, when you, in your experience, have worked with women not only as part of the NDRF team itself, but also community frontline workers, what has been your experience with women who have been with you at the front lines when there is an emergency, when there is a disaster? What roles have you seen them operating in? And what do you think are the kinds of capacities that we could build for either more women to be part of NDRF or more women on ground in affected communities to work along with NDRF, so that they bring the necessary capacities to assist NDRF at the time of disasters and emergencies?
Thank you, ma'am, and very good afternoon, all of you. So, I will talk about the actions undertaken for women participation in national emergency management. This is the on the basis of various feedbacks and outcomes of the field reports during the disasters. Government of India has accepted the representation of women in our force in NDRF. So, as of now, 108 women rescuers has been authorized in a battalion, and we have the 16 battalions across the country. But as of now, we have 460 rescuers till now posted, and this is the progressive, and we are getting more rescuers in this. So, as a human resource, we borrow this force from the paramilitary forces, and earlier they were trained as a soldier, and in NDRF we transform them as a rescuer. Rescuers, by imparting them a rigorous training, a training of 18-week basic first responders course, that is called, and this course is composed of different modules of different segment of training, like medical first responders, collapse structure search and rescue, in CBRN emergencies, aquatic disasters, and likewise there are many more modules are there. So at this stage, our women rescuers are highly motivated and take part in these trainings very well. So in the next level of training, we impart the training on TOT, master trainers, and leadership courses with the various different institutions across the country. and we include the community-based disasters also. These trainings are designed on the basis of the feedbacks came from various disaster situations and the different institutional backgrounds and feedbacks given from the other organizations also. The crucial role is played by our women rescuers is very kind of very diverse. That is from rescuers to the medical officers and paramedics. So as a rescuers they play as a team leaders, and they have to perform on ground like our male counterpart. So they are very well competent enough. We found them very well competent with our male or the male rescuers. As a leader, we have sent our first lady team leader in the during our ops dost in the Turkey earthquake. So it was very nice example for our representation of women rescuers. During Mahakumbh deployment, out of 20 teams, 6 teams were solely led by our lady rescuers as a team leader. So it was fantastic outcome of our initiatives. In the training, the women rescuers play a very crucial role by imparting the training to the school safety programs. We impart various school safety programs across the country, and their involvement, their skills they adopt, and their acceptance in the society as well. It is very high importance. In the community awareness programs, we involve our women rescuers, and their role is also found very fruitful, and the acceptance was of very high level. Women are equally participating in administrative works of our day-to-day activities of all administrative levels. So, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Since we have started with the humanitarian perspective, which is during the time of an emergency and immediately after, I'd like to stick with the humanitarian action context, the emergency action context, and if my colleague Joel can hear us, maybe we can move to her next. Joel, can you hear us? Can you say hello if you can?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Great. Okay.
Joel, so again, feel free to sort of give remarks in the capacity of leading humanitarian action work by UN Women at the Asia Pacific regional level, but also just to sort of link it to what was said, in India there are increasing efforts, as was just mentioned by a representative from the National Disaster Response Force, trying to get more women part of the trainings and part of the actual rescue force on ground in the context of a disaster, at the time of a disaster. In the regional context, in the various country contexts that you have been engaged in, either directly or indirectly, could you sort of guide us through some of the things that UN Women has been doing in terms of how women's networks, women's groups have been engaged with humanitarian context? What are the sort of systems that UN Women has been able to put in place in other country contexts? And then perhaps we can use that to take the discussion towards how we can adapt some of these things to the Indian context. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Joelle Charbonneau. as mentioned, and I'm the program coordinator with UN Women's regional office and leading our humanitarian work at the regional level. So I work quite extensively with the different country offices that UN Women has in the region on various disaster and humanitarian responses. So in our team, first I'll just explain a little bit of the regional work that we do. So our team, we have humanitarian sitting together with the disaster risk reduction portfolio and also with our climate action portfolio. For Asia and the Pacific, we see these as, really interlinked and increasingly interlinked with global warming as we see a rise in natural disasters taking place across the region. So UN Women is a member of the ISC, which is the global humanitarian coordination body, so we work quite extensively through that, but we also recognize that a lot of the disaster and humanitarian responses in Asia Pacific are government-led. So we both work with the UN ISC coordinated bodies and then also with government-led disaster responses as well. So recent response often was Typhoon Yagi response, the flood response in Pakistan, and then we also work quite extensively in Bangladesh as well. So with these, one of the main ways that UN Women works in humanitarian action is to coordinate different gender stakeholders through what we call the Gender and Humanitarian Action Working Groups. And so we will often have a representative that is involved in the response, a gender focal point from each of those agencies. And we try to coordinate our technical advice, coordinate advocacy, and coordinate integration of women and girls issues into response plans through these GHA, we call them, Gender Humanitarian Action Working Groups. So we have one at the regional level, and then we also have these taking place at the country level or the subnational level, depending on where the response is taking place. And so while we do a lot of work with different government actors, with different UN agencies, and trying to coordinate the gender expertise through there, we're also really focused on how do we bring local women's organizations, women-led CSOs into the humanitarian response, because often it's quite difficult for them to engage. They may not have, specialized expertise on different topics, and therefore struggle to get integrated into the response. So we're working a lot with women-led organizations there. So one more thing, and then I'll maybe just give a few examples that we could go into more. But just to say, once we start looking at the response phase of any sort of disaster response, it's almost too late to try to integrate women and girls issues and come up with finding the right leaders to get involved. So it's really important that we be looking at this as we're doing here from a DRR lens, awareness lens, and how do we start engaging with women-led organizations, with women leaders before any response takes place to ensure that they're involved in contingency planning, any anticipatory action planning, so that they're well equipped ahead of any response. So I will just give 3 quick examples, and then we can go into those more if it's of interest to anyone. But in Cox's Bazar, I'll give the first example of how we're working with women leaders. So we have 2 groups. So the first group are called gender field officers. And in Cox's Bazar, the camp coordination structure is led by the government of Bangladesh. And they have in each camp the camp in charge and the offices there. And so UN Women is working with these gender field officers who are Bangladeshi women who are mostly from the region where the camps are located in Chittagong, and they are kind of seconded into camp in charge office. And so they work as a link between women leaders, grassroots organizations, and the camp in charges to raise gender issues at the very local camp level. And then furthermore, they work with a network of gender volunteers, and those are women as well as men who are from the Rohingya community or from the communities that are hosting the Rohingya refugees. And so they work to both share knowledge and ideas with community members and also act as a referral network, sharing information of the services that are available for women and girls in an area that's quite challenging to reach women and girls. So that's one example. The next example I'll give is from Afghanistan, and there obviously an extremely challenging context to work on gender equality and women's rights. And so there we have a group that we're working with called the Women's Advisory Group, or the WAG. And it is a group of Afghan women leaders who are from across the country, and they act as an advisory panel to the humanitarian country teams. So they are joining the HCT meetings, they're working on advocacy issues and helping the humanitarian response overall to integrate key issues that women and girls are facing in humanitarian response. And then finally, at the regional level, something we're working on is called the We Respond dashboard. And this is a database of local women, girl, civil society organizations who are working in humanitarian response. So often as UN Women, we will get reached out to during a crisis and asked who are the women's organizations who are working within the humanitarian response that can be involved in assessments, that can be involved in designing the response plan. And previously we haven't had, a comprehensive list or information on specific contact information. So this is a public-facing dashboard that organizations can register into. And it allows a really easy overview of which organizations are working on different topics, where their offices are located, and then we can quickly engage them within response. I will stop there. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Joelle. That was fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to lead from or take the lead from the examples you gave regarding UN Women's work with organizing a dashboard of women-led organizations that can be mobilized at the time of disasters, but also what you mentioned about civil society on ground, essentially knowing who they are and what their capacities are, and as UN Women being able to access the field during an emergency or gather information about the field during an emergency through that network of civil society organizations. Which actually brings me to Imran from ADRA India, and of course ADRA is an international or global organization as well. Imran, my question to you again, which you could frame as general remarks, is you are on sort of the other side of the network that Joelle just mentioned. And a lot of times UN agencies that are discussing disasters often at an international level or global scale are able to actually get the information from ground and reach people in emergency situations only because of organizations such as ADRA, which itself has a very strong network of communities and community-based representatives. Can you speak a little bit about either the gaps or the opportunities, either way, with the skills and capacities or just the capacities of women within affected communities at the time of disaster that you've seen have been helpful, that ADRA has sort of helped build, ADRA has used or leveraged at the time of disasters, and how some of this can be strengthened going forward by all of our stakeholders.
Thank you, Samaba. So first of all, I would like to congratulate NDMA and UN Women to organize this kind of workshop, this important workshop. I have participated in multiple discussions till now where we talk about how women and girls are disproportionately affected and impacted by the disasters. But this platform gives us an opportunity to talk about how they have demonstrated the capacities also in the events of disasters. So this is very important to talk about it, and there are a lot of organizations, even the government has done a lot of work on this. But I, on this platform, I will take an opportunity of talking few aspects of how we have done this in the past and where there are more scope in this. So whenever there are disasters in the communities, the biggest workforce that we rely on are the frontline workers. And who are those frontline workers? Nearly 90% of them are women. Take the example of ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, ANMs, even the self-help groups on whom we rely on. These are all women. They have demonstrated the capacities. Take the example of COVID-19. I think we were able to deliver the impacts during the COVID-19 because of the frontline workers who were working on the ground. While we were hiding in our houses with the masks, the frontline workers were on the ground. They were delivering risk communication and doing the community engagement during that period. So they have already demonstrated the capacity. We have an examples of how self-help groups have been engaged in different disaster responses, how humanitarian responses in all the locations. Take an example of Kerala, take an example of Bihar, where Chief Minister himself requested self-help groups to come forward in 2017 to deliver the humanitarian aid and then replenish their requirements. So, but I would say there is still a scope of where there is a capacity, where there is a workforce, where there is a human resource, there is still a scope of enhancing their capacities. We rely a lot on them, we rely a lot on the frontline workers. Even when us as an NGOs write a proposal, on top of the list, frontline workers are among the stakeholders. But how much time do we spend with them? How much time do we spend to enhance their capacities? That's a question mark. I think we need to, as a collective, as an organizations, we need to think about upskilling the capacities of these workforce, women workforce, especially the frontline workers who are on the ground and the self-help groups, in terms of specific trainings, the DRR trainings, first aid, search and rescue, whatever that is. So we need to focus on that. Second, I would talk about is the leadership and decision making. There is a lot being done. There are examples, as I said, like Kudumbisheri is a great example when they responded in Kerala in 2018, how they took the leadership, how the women were on the front in both response and recovery phases. But I would say still there is a gap. We cannot deny the fact that we still live in an Mukhyapati era, where on the gram panchayat levels we have the representation of women, but we know how the situation is on the ground. We know how the scenario is. So I think there is the need to enhance and have a common approach to enhance those women participation in the community level groups. We as an organization, whenever we do the humanitarian responses, I think all the organizations use the same model, but that can be used as a common approach to engage women in the humanitarian response and recovery committees, the village level committees, to help us to understand, to engage them in the risk and vulnerability mapping of the communities, and also the response delivery mechanisms, because these mechanisms have proven very effective for us. These mechanisms have been proven very convenient for us. They have been very we have implemented a lot of quality responses through these mechanisms. So there is a need to enhance the community participation and leadership, to give them opportunities wherever we can. We need to give the opportunities to women in these areas. Third is economic resilience. Economic resilience, as we all know, builds the community resilience. So what we are doing right now, I will give just a recent example. We are engaging community in women in the group enterprises, which we differently call as self-help groups also. So we engage them in engaging in the nature-based solutions, which are helping actually in the community resilience, building the community resilience at the community level. So we have seen wherever these self-help groups are strong in the communities, there has been a better humanitarian response. There has been better recovery program. So let us invest more on them. Let us invest more on these groups to build their capacities. And also, I think at the same time, we need to sensitize the men also. It's not just about building the capacities of women. In all the facets of the life in this area, we need to sensitize men as well, at the same time to give opportunities to women in these areas. And also we have seen how these women, when we do the economic empowerment programming with the women, how they can lead the age and gender sensitive programs at the community level. We have seen the results in Bihar. I can remember in Bihar we were once, not with the ADRA but with a different organization I was working. We were implementing child sensitive social protection programs. So with economic resilience, the education and knowledge is very important. And when we give that, there is a lot of outcomes. There are a lot of outcomes on how the women can navigate the protection, social protection access and referrals. And then General Adnan Hassan sir in the morning said the conflict resolution, how women has the innate capacity of doing the conflict resolutions across all the facets of life. In communities, we have seen when we fail to implement the programs, it's the community, it's the women at the community level who help in resolving the conflicts and helping us in addressing the needs of the communities. So there is a lot of scope in these areas, and there is a lot of things being already done. It's not like these are new areas for anybody. This is already being done, but I think there is a lot of scope in enhancing and strengthening these programs across. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Imran. I'm sorry, I'm just quickly sort of going from panelist to panelist because I think it's important we cover sort of all of them with their opening remarks and then we go forward. My next question would be to Dr. Manisha. Hello. So we've read, I'm sure many people in the audience, certainly me, about the landslide, the wireless technologies for landslide early warnings that have been developed at Amrita Vishwapeetham. And I believe you have been part of the team that has been making those innovations. So I have actually a dual question for you. One is in your role as a woman scientist. And we rarely sort of, when we have discussions around gender and women's leadership, we rarely think of women as experts in other fields. We typically tend to think of women as having expertise in being a woman. But you're here in your capacity as a scientist today. And so I'd like to know first, what do you think is the potential for training, providing training, technical training, as well as sort of formal education and training in technology to do with disaster management, so the engineering around it, or for early warning systems and so on. So the science and technology of disaster management, creating training for that for youth and for women, but also in an informal way. So sort of very basic technical skills that could be provided to women at the community level or at the local level, which would allow them to engage with things like monitoring risks, early warning systems, and also participate in the sort of early action planning based on that. What are some of the ideas in that respect that you have thought of? And you can reference specifically the landslide context as well if you like. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to NDMA for calling me and being part of this august audience itself. I think with respect to, I think you started with the landslide early warning system. I think when I talk about the landslide early warning system and why I am there in the landslide early warning system itself is because of a woman. Otherwise, I may not have even taken up that area itself. While I was doing my PhD, this particular project came as from the European Commission funded project on for wireless sensor networks for self-organizing capabilities for disaster management. I was supposed to do only a numerical simulation to show that it can be used, and that's when our Chancellor Amma had asked us to actually to find out a landslide prone area and deploy a system. And naturally, as any other person, I said I don't have enough funding, and Amma said no, the university will put the funding and you deploy. So that support to take forward, and me coming from a background from mechanical production to MBA and then moving into computer science was a big shift for me. But that support has helped. So what I feel is most of the time, women does not understand what capability they have. They don't trust themselves. So when you get the support, you actually leap forward in that. So that is what the society needs to give to the women to jump and move forward. The second question which you were asking about the women scientist and potential technical training aspect. At Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, what I have seen is like when I started off my career and started as a director for the Center for Wireless Networks and Application, one of the major initiatives which came up was like Kerala is typical as like, women, a girl is there, your first worry with the parent is get them married, okay. I also got married at the age of 18, okay. So all along through the education I had, child, all those things happened. But this is the main problem which you have, and then the girl, even though they are very capable, they don't move forward. So it's very specific program which we have brought in where we wanted to see that, parents are worried about the marriage. At the same time, child want to do research or do a job. So what we have brought in was there is 100 scholarship has been brought in where students can join as a research assistant or research associate. While you work, you also do your PhD. So they have a career pathway to handle your parents, you have a job also. And then you get a best marriage after that. That has been a very successful thing in the university to take forward. And today the university have more than 100 PhD scholarship for women every year. And most of the PhD graduates every year, more than 65% is women. That's how it has turned. And there's a larger population of scientists, women scientists are coming because of that. About training in DRR and things, I think one major thing when it happened is most of the time we think that climbing the tree, climbing the mountain are not part of women. I think I have not got a chance to escape from that. Months and months has to be on top of the mountain. And I think all the colleagues works with me also are on top of. So once we were in the field, there is no man and women difference there. We are one and we basically stand. So that capacity when it is brought in us, we were able to take forward, and that helped us to actually bring in also our junior trainees. I think my colleague Dr. Hemlada, she also did PhD in the landslide area. And so we were able to be there, and more importantly, I think women wants role models for them to get the strength. That's what I'm seeing in the student community. They're looking forward for role models. They come and talk to us the moment they see us. Same thing I have seen in village. Like I'm also the UNESCO chair for experiential learning for sustainable innovation and development, which is due to a larger program which happened in the university called Living Labs program, where we work with more than 2,000 plus communities looking into what are the challenges in the community and then develop sustainable solutions for them. As part of it, I actually visit villages. So there is a village in Rajasthan called Harirampura. I was staying there doing water distribution system for the villagers actually. And I see the lady gets up at early morning 4 a.m. and going to the field and doing the work, and the men are sitting there. Please don't mistake me. And at the end of the day, they are working, they come back, they cook, they again go back to the field, they come back, and I was looking at them, I felt like I am not doing anything near to that village women, what they are doing. And in the night, she comes and talks to me because she wants to know, because she got interested that I'm a scientist and things like that. She holds my hand and she said, your hand is so smooth. I said, I don't do work, you do work. That's the difference. But what I'm saying is, over the years when we started working, they wanted to learn. They wanted to learn new language. They wanted to get the computer, because they are seeing we using computer, we using the phone. It made a bigger change. And today we are working with more than 5,000 communities on actually training them on water sustainability. So the women are actually measuring all the resources in the community, and then they are looking into it, what is the sustainability angle. So we have developed a community-centric approach, where we have a citizen-centric mobile application and a geospatial platform which they use to look into it. Same way for landslide, also landslide tracking, etc. we are doing. And to look into also waste management, we train them also to use waste and then convert into it. So one of the things is like a Saukyam part, which is menstrual part, where they are actually making it using banana fibers, and then they themselves stitch this. So they became the entrepreneurs another side of it. And you were talking about the toilet building, where we worked with the communities. More than 4,000 toilets has been built, out of which in the 400 toilets, 200 we showed them how to build, 200 we trained them. So they built the rest. So they became the champions and bringing within. So I think hand-holding and having the role models around them help them to take more forward. About local level risk training, etc. One of the major things we have initiated is like we are working in more than 100 plus communities to make them as community risk reduction on the resilient communities we are building. So we build courses. We train from school level to teacher to the community level, all different levels we are actually training women and youngsters actually to build that resilience. But this is done by the youngsters at the university rather than the faculty. So they get more motivated by seeing that the youngsters coming into it and taking forward, so that they are able to engage better. They need someone to talk. They need someone whom they can talk openly. So I think that engagement and motivation, if you are able to provide, you will be able to. That's what I feel there. Opportunities given, they will pick up. And as earlier I think sir was also talking about, it is very important a change in the society where they give that support to them, because they are the most resilient people. They know how to find out what is the disaster, because every day they are looking at home what is happening, is there something going wrong, all the multiple angles. So they are very resilient, they can find it out. So if you train them, they are the best champions for the DRR.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think this touches upon two things that we have been speaking about since morning. One is ideas for reaching out to schools and colleges to start thinking about ways in which disaster management related topics can be integrated into formal education, and perhaps the science and technology of disaster management should be brought into some sorts of formal education curricula at some level, even if at the college level, with incentives for women to get more involved in science, technology, and research. And the other, of course, is with reaching out to communities and engaging with them as people who are fully capable of both understanding and deploying technology, especially women, and using it for disaster management, whether for planning or for response. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the inspirational stories. I will then perhaps go to Mr. Wasi Alam from CDRI. I know that CDRI is very invested and has a lot of programs as well around fellowships and encouraging youth and encouraging stakeholders to get involved in different aspects of disaster resilience and disaster resilient infrastructure management. But perhaps you can speak to some of the things that either CDRI does or your own experience when it comes to capacity building in the area of disaster management and disaster resilience building. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here amidst this august audience and speakers here. So I think what has been made my work very easy is a lot. It's been talked about how strength capacities needs to be strengthened at what level, and what how women have played a significant role. I think I would also take this opportunity to share a personal experience that as a young master student in 2006, the experience of Barmer floods. So what happened was that I was part of an assessment team, a rapid assessment team, and when I go into this village, so the first thing, a woman, I encounter is Monton, and she's a woman, and the moment she sees me, she just runs inside. So I'm scared out of my life, what's going to happen. So she goes inside and she comes running out with a heeled shoe in her hand, the heeled shoe in her hand, and she and then I'm astonished at what has happened. Then she says, just tell me one thing, what do I do with this in this sand area? What do I make of it? So that's something, it's every time there's always a triggering effect that it has. And as a student back there of masters in social work, so it triggered me that it's very important that we understand the needs. We are sensitive to the requirements that are there. So with this, it intrigued me further to actually get onto this subject and start dealing with disaster risk management and start training on it. So a decade and a half working in this area, so I would actually put a lot of personal experiences that I've had around the country and even in Asian countries, other Asian countries. So if I see the topic for today, and I see there are two specific parts in which we are talking about. One is about understanding the risk, and the other part is how to reduce the risk. So in that, we are looking at specific role of women, and thank you, ma'am, for highlighting it, and actually how women are the best managers, because it's day to day when the management, it's a skill. So ultimately that skill is innate and it is already developing. It's about just, topping it up with the subject knowledge, and that too, it's already existing too, because people who are faced with, disasters, come from multi-prone disaster communities. They're already affected by disasters from time immemorial. And because of that, they already have a lot of, skills and knowledge that's already existing within the community. So it's not in an area where there is flood that you would find you have any dearth of swimmers or divers, because they're trained to do that. That's part of their livelihood. So the point is about how do we establish those skill sets in the current context and try to reduce the stress. So when we talk about these two aspects, and then we understanding risk, so it's important that if risks have to be understood, it needs to be it has to come from the horse's mouth, who is impacted the most. So when we talk about women, and when a lot of because I've already talked about the differential impact of women in disasters, so we see that the differential impact is because the data shows clearly that in the last 20 years, UNDP data of 2019 shows that 60% of the deaths that have occurred are those of women and children. So if that is the case that we are dealing with, we know the importance of making those risks be understood. Why there's a need still, while I'm talking on one hand and being contradictory on the other, that that people understand those risks, but because of the changing or a paradigm shift, because the way we have seen in the current times, with the shift and change in climate trends, the frequency of magnitude of disasters that are there, it's immense. Because we see that the area that was even in the northeast, like Assam, which faced flood in one cycle, now facing floods in 3 cycles, or area in Gujarat, which was prone to drought, are facing floods. Similarly, you can see even the magnitude, the way it's increasing. So the assessment, the understanding of risks is very important, and with that now comes the capacity part. So it is about understanding it in a structured manner, to understand how it's been done. Just to give an instance, we have come a long way too because of understanding needs. Because if you see, just a quote from the Cyclone Phony response in 2019. So what happened was the sort of, the steps that were taken by the state government. It looked into the aspect that, we know when there's a disaster scenario, and the sort of, and especially with, cyclone and with induced flooding, we know that the challenge is, what happens is that you actually can't commute. And that, keeping that in mind, one very specific thing that was taken into consideration was how women, the women specifically in the second and third trimester, who could, have, difficulties in it, that were already taken into account, and they were already positioned in the disaster district hospitals. So this is again going to the previous session of how disaster, segregated data, can be very important to be able to actually take decisions on time. And when decisions are taken on time, you reduce the, it's not only about deaths. We may be reducing the number of deaths, but the impact is still not less. Because who takes into consideration of all those, who are missing those vaccination at that point in time, about women who are already being impacted. So the decisions, how is it being taken? It's more and more because leaders and women have come to the forefront. And even in the, in the entire room, as we said, even in part of the panel, it is heartening to see, the way DRR professionals as women, are leading the front, and even to hear personal anecdotes like this. So now on the risk reduction, risk assessment part is about, understanding these risks more and more, and then in the assessment, how do we get to that? So this entire technique of, we say gender analysis. So how do you take that into account? It is because we know that there is differential impact of any disaster on women and girls, men and boys. So we understand what is the sort of need that would be arising. So it's very important we understand that. When we understand that, we are assessing on top of that, and then actually we are responding based on that. That is more to do with the response. But similarly, it can be done for preparedness levels. We know that there is going to be this scenario, so what is the sort of data that will be used, how it will be used, and will be further there. So in this you need an entire, a section of a workforce who would be trained on this to do such assessments. So this is where the skills and capacities part comes in. So more and more people who are, and especially women who are trained on this subject, and we see that now in the community. When I remember being part of formation of multiple village disaster management committees and their plans, and even across Bihar, UP, Bengal, and even in neighboring regions in Nepal. So in that earlier, the mere representation of women was there. Now when it's come to, it's more about leadership of women. That's what we talked about in the initial, I think the initial inaugural session was on that, and even my panelists talked about it. So it's important that we actually get them into that role. We ensure that it is there. Now, one is that, now how do we further reduce risk? So one is risk assessment, we're understanding it better, we're helping that. Second is the economic part of it, which was being talked about. It's very true that the sort of impact that it has had, because a lot of assessments even don't take into account the losses, even quoting from Kerala floods, the sort of women entrepreneurs and how they lose their, entire livelihood. But how do we take that into account? So assessments are very important to take that frame. So with that, it's equally important that on resilient livelihood, so more and more women are trained on the subject. One is about managing those aspects better. The other aspect is also about how we can do simple aspects like how women are trained in the community. Like when we talk about climate smart agriculture for that matter, because we know the share of women workforce in agriculture too. So when in that case, what has happened is that there's simple steps like having localized weather stations, and any woman who can read or write basic level can be trained to understand 3 levels: how to operate a rain gauge, how to use a soil thermometer or a hygrometer just to understand the humidity level. So with that, you can entirely frame the entire aspect of how, when the seeding will happen, when the crop needs water, what's going to happen. So it can be dealt in accordance. So that's another frame about a resilient livelihood aspect that can be taken into consideration. The other thing is more critical to do with any decision that needs to be taken is early warning. So in early warning, it's very important. Information is being passed on, but how is it being translated? How is it being understood by people in the community, including women who are at the facing front? So it's very important that we translate that into very simple, understandable steps. It really doesn't make sense that if a particular embankment and 1 lakh cubic of water has been released, how is it to be understood by the common people? It is to be understood in a way that will a feet or 2 feet of water or knee-deep water will come to my houses. With that will help in the decision-making part of it. So that's there. And the other thing when it becomes very critical is about when we are talking about how do we see the next generation moving on. So always say girls of today are women of tomorrow. So if we see, that's where the investment, and I think this, I was talking about the entire thing of schools and the entire aspect. The important thing is how do we invest rightly in there. So having also had experiences with NDRF, UNICEF and school safety programs, we have seen how children for that matter pick up things, because there's nothing to be unlearned, because any training requires unlearning to be learned, especially in case of adult. That's why adult learning becomes very critical. But in case of children, it's very easy because they just need to learn. So the more you impart, the more they will gain, and the more they have a curious mind. So that's what is going to help that further. So that's very important and critical. And coming back just to on a short this thing on CDRI's initiative, what you rightly said, CDRI is focusing on disaster resilient, infrastructure. The idea is any infrastructure, and especially when you're talking about critical infrastructure here, when we talk about power, telecom, transport. So the idea is that the ability to anticipate those shocks, so that whenever there's a state that it can function. Because today we know that if your cell phones are not working, forget about any early warning. We experienced this during Chennai floods. Nothing was working apart from the ham radio, even in the Nepal earthquake for that matter. So it's very critical that we get into that frame, and that's how CDRI is focusing on getting this aspect and also working on researches that will happen through the fellowship programs that you mentioned, and also looking at small island developing states and focusing on gender equity, diversity, and social inclusion. So with that, the two parts, risk, understanding of risk, and the risk reduction that needs to happen. The skills at various levels need to be developed, and with this only then we can ensure that the community is more resilient, and we are also empowered to reduce those risks and take forward the agenda of DRR. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think so far we have come up with actually some pretty tangible ideas. Some of the ideas that have been echoed by our panelists so far are about getting women into the different kinds of committees and decision-making forums at the local level, disaster management communities, but also other kinds of general sort of at the panchayat level, village committees, councils, and so on, and start mainstreaming disaster management and disaster risk reduction into those councils, as well as mainstream gender into those forums. So do both of those things together. But also, I think the idea of involving women in assessments, risk and vulnerability assessments in particular, not just to feed into sort of state development plans or district development plans or disaster management plans, but also for planning within their community and for themselves and their livelihoods. I think that's something that has been echoed by many panelists also in the previous panel. With some of these sort of broad recommendations or broad sort of suggestions in place, I would like to actually go to Nidhi, if you're okay being the next. And I mean, Nidhi, you have very rich and deep experience with sort of seeing what ground realities are, not just in the climate and disaster context, but just generally in the development and social context as well. I would love for you to address how going forward we can actually start. I don't want to use sort of words like compendium and so on because they're very technical, but how do we actually start mapping and identifying some of the really smart innovations around community resilience that women are leading, that communities are doing in the area of climate adaptation, disaster, and increasingly both simultaneously? What are some of the most remarkable, perhaps, things that you've seen people doing on ground? And how do we start bringing it together to inform policy and programs, whether at the state level or at the national level? So what would be your pitch?
Thank you so much, Sobi. Because I'm a journalist, so I'm going to speak from the perspective of journalism, and I'll try and build case for why we really need to skill and train rural journalists as far as DRR or climate disasters is concerned. I just want to make 2-3 quick points. First point that I want to make is that last year, Ministry of Women and Child Development conducted a first of its kind scoping study for India on how climate change impacts women and children. It's the first time any such study has been done in India. Last year, May, it was submitted to the ministry also. There were a lot of consultations which were held. I was also a part of some consultations, and I gave some case studies from grassroots of the country. And that scoping study told us 2 things. One, clearly there is not enough data on how climate change is impacting women and children. That is very, very clear. Second thing that the study also said, which the SEEDS person also was saying, that women are of course some 17 times more prone to die in a disaster than men. So that it clearly women are more vulnerable as far as disasters are concerned. Now, because of my job as a journalist, I travel mostly to the rural parts of the country to document stories around climate change. One thing is clear that migration is a very, very common feature in our country. A lot of people from rural India migrate to urban India regularly. Now, because of climate-induced disasters, migration is actually increasing. I've been to a lot of villages in the Himalayan region, even in Sundarbans, where you will not find any young men. You will only either have women, children, or older people. So what happens is that, forget about the pressures which women face in handling their families, there's also a huge mental issues with women. I think that whole issue of eco-anxiety and all of that, which we haven't really touched upon, but with women, I think that's a very, very critical thing. When COVID happened, actually, we brought about a very interesting report. It's available online also, which is about 100 success stories of rural women during COVID pandemic. And it's so brilliant that some of the things, because men lost their jobs in cities, they come back to their villages, and it's actually villages, women who actually created a lot of employment opportunities. So when we were bringing out this report, it actually told us in clear sense how rural women are so resilient. But if you look at the mainstream narrative around rural women, you would not find rural women in mainstream media, or you will find them only when there is some sexual violence. Otherwise, I'm very sure if you pick up any newspaper report, any TV channel, you will never see or hear about rural women unless there is something related to a sexual violence, because that's the narrative that has been built, that rural women are like, disempowered, they have no agency of their own, they have no decision-making power, they have to only ask their husband and son, they can't do anything. But in reality, when you travel to rural India, I have realized that I have met so many women who are far more empowered than what even I am. I can't stand on a street and fight with a drunk man, but I have met so many rural women who just stand on the street and, fight with a lut. They'll fight a bunch of drunk men in the village. So the point is that a lot of our DRR stories around climate change and how women are responding, there are beautiful stories in Sundarbans, because men migrate to Tamil Nadu and Kerala. That's how far they go for their livelihood. So women are left behind. So a lot of women are actually now involved in planting of mangroves along the coast, because your cyclones are getting much more intense. So they are involved in those activities. In Bihar, I've been to villages where Musahar women are still cultivating something called Desariya Dhan. This is a flood resilient variety of paddy which is almost vanishing. Nobody cultivates it anymore because it is seen as poor man's grain. But it's a fascinating paddy variety, because as the water levels rise, the paddy keeps rising. So you will not lose your paddy even if the floods become very worse. But these are the stories which never get captured by media also. A lot of documentation happens by non-governmental organizations which are working at field level. But I believe that documentation which NGOs do is very different from the kind of documentation journalists or communicators can do. It's very important to train and build capacities of rural reporters, specifically rural women, to report on these climate-induced disasters and DRR work that is happening in rural India, because there are a lot of learnings and insights in these stories which I believe we haven't even tapped at. We have no idea the kind of resilience and response rural women are exhibiting in times of climate change. I think if we train our rural reporters, and I want to build a case for women rural reporters, because I've worked with a lot of male rural reporters, and in one of our meetings, I told them, आप लोग जब भी स्टोरी फाइल करते हैं, आपकी फाइल में सिर्फ स्टोरी में सिर्फ पुरुष ही होते हैं. आप खेती की बात करिए, उसकी बात करिए, because the point is that most of our reporters are male. You know what these guys told me? They told me, मैम ग्रामीण महिलाएं बात ही नहीं करती हैं. ग्रामीण महिलाएं को शर्म आती है. अगर हम ग्रामीण महिलाओं से बात करना चाहते हैं तो पहले हमको उनके काका चाचा ताया से परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है कि हम आपकी महिला से बात कर सकते हैं. नहीं तो मैंने अपने ऑफिस में ये रूल बनाया था कि हम कोई स्टोरी पब्लिश नहीं करेंगे अगर उसमें महिला की वॉइस नहीं. There was some kind of resistance in the beginning, but over a period of time, all those rural male reporters actually learned to speak with rural women, put the mic in front of them and ask them कि भाई आप लहसुन जो है किस भाव पे बेच रहे हैं, आप कैसे इसको पैक करते हैं.
And it's a two-way learning. Those men also learned that those women whom you think are unlettered or illiterate understand farming far better than possibly their son or their husband who migrates to cities to work as construction laborer. So it's a two-way learning where the woman learns that you bring a mic in front of her and she'll tell you how she's doing something. And the second learning is also for those male rural reporters who can then look up to those women and learn to record those voices. So I think I just want to end it at this point that it's important for us when we're talking of training and skilling and all that. I'm all for community women and all getting trained, but I think we need to really train young women reporters from rural India to document these stories on a very, very regular basis. India is coming up with this national adaptation plan. By the end of the year, it should get ready before the COP. And a national adaptation dossier is also being prepared by IIT Roorkee, the Greater Noida campus. If we can put a dossier like this around DRR learnings, through a gender lens, I think we would do an immense service, because right now everything is so dispersed. If you've done some work, it's possibly documented in your reports, your website, somebody else's, so it's all dispersed. It's time that all that knowledge and information is brought together at some common platform. I think that's very much required. I'll just end it that way.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. In fact, Nalini, as you know, during the G20 process, there was a lot of emphasis on best practices, but which were sort of country to country or government to government shared, and they can be incredibly valuable because this sector and the risks are moving so quickly that we need to sort of start sharing ideas and best practices and see what works with us as well. But what we often forget is some best practices may actually come from the bottom up. And it actually might be somebody in a very remote rural area that might be the best practice or the model for another person in another remote area, and not necessarily learning from a top-down process that may not work well in their context. So I think having a compendium at the national level or at the state level, in the same way that we often imagine global efforts at making compendiums, would be very, very useful. And then, of course, that speaks your suggestions about training and investing in young women reporters, or not necessarily young, but women reporters, also speaks to a lot of the supply chain of the data that we were speaking about earlier, because that's another way not just to collect data, but also rich knowledge, qualitative knowledge from the field about DRR as well. Okay, so the recommendations keep building. And so our last panelist for this session, Shraddha, who's now with UNESCO but was with UN Women earlier, so you have rich gender experience, but also with UNESCO, I think increasingly focusing on different approaches to DRR from the educational and school engagement perspective and otherwise. So please speak a bit to skills and capacities of women in DRR, perhaps a bit of what UNESCO may be doing and your own experiences. Thank you.
An honor to be here, and the privilege of being a last speaker in a rich panel is that you can ride the wave of collective intelligence, right? So I'm going to sort of pick up on a lot of things that my colleagues in the panel have said. But I'll start with where I was last Tuesday. We are a South Asia regional office, which means we work in 6 countries. And last Tuesday I was in Chennai in a consultation, which actually was a closed-door consultation looking at young people from Bhutan, Nepal, not Bangladesh because of visa issues, but India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. And these young people were actually helping us think about mental health in the times of climate crisis. And this is how we started. We had what is called a human barometer activity, where we had a strongly disagree and a strongly agree kind of boards, 2 sides in the room. And the first statement that was read out is that I feel hopeful about the future despite climate challenges. And we got a mixed response. We had a few people who were skeptical. Some of them also had experiences of being caught in floods or extreme heat in Sri Lanka and so on. But a lot of the room was on the other side, and there was a bit of an optimist pessimist sort of an issue. The second statement, however, is what got a lot of attention and discussion. The second statement was young people in my country, and I'm talking about 5 countries here from South Asia, young people in my country receive adequate mental health support. And we had the entire room going to one side. Any guesses which side it was? Strongly disagree. We have, it was a telling moment, and we had a long, almost an hour-long discussion to the point where we didn't get to the next statements. But which brings me to the point, as UNESCO, of course, we, like Sumabha mentioned, we work with education, sciences and culture, pretty much in our name, and young people is a cross-cutting area that we work with. And this was part of us kind of trying to bring, draw attention to what you talked about, eco-anxiety, and just young people, right? So when we talk about women, we talk about gender, sometimes it becomes a very homogeneous group that we are talking about, and it always, as a gender specialist who's been in the sector for over a decade, it bears repeating that there is, again, a lot of marginalities and a lot of ways that people are vulnerable. And so young women specifically is a group that we were trying to focus on. Of course, the youth mental health consultation was with young people of diverse gender identities and not just limited to young women. So as part of our school health and wellness program, we actually reach out to more than 15 million through CBSE and so on. Our networks, we reach out to 15 million young adolescents and young people in the country. And I believe that kind of repeating again what our panelists said, that having these people talk about disasters, talk about mental health, all of that is going to sort of lead into better preparedness and better policies and programs. So having said that, then there is ways to sort of actually hear from them, hear what young women, and not just urban young women who, and I mean all of us who are parents in the room probably know that there is a lot of mental health awareness among urban young people, but the awareness, information, and therefore then any kind of response isn't percolating. And this, I now speak from experiences from 5 of our neighbors and not just India, right? UNESCO, of course, is working on the school health and wellness program, but that then leaves out people who don't go to schools. And that is, again, a sizable population, not just in India, but all of these countries. The other important thing which UNESCO, of course, is known for is its work on culture. And while all of us know about heritage sites, we actually have something that is called intangible culture. And this is what people, when UNESCO was actually reaching out and talking to people, this is a relatively newer convention, although again I think a couple of decades old, but people said our buildings are not our culture, right? We also have practices, we have folk dances, we have food practices. So culture is way more than a Taj Mahal or a Konark temple. And so, and again the custodians of culture for again disputed reasons in feminist theory are women. So in terms of disaster preparedness, and I'm not going to go into details, but UNESCO is already working with NDMA on thinking about how preparedness should include protecting cultural heritage. What I want to bring focus on is actually bringing how do you kind of document and ensure that the intangible cultural heritage is also something that we protect and ensure that is part of our preparedness. And then reiterating that having all kinds of stakeholders, including women and young women and people from all other vulnerable populations at the table, documenting these. And going back to Nidhi's point about, some of these nuances are not somebody who from an outside lens can bring in. And therefore, in fact, while I've written education, culture and sciences, we do work with journalists in a big way. And that is something I am taking back with me in terms of this kind of conversations with journalists in rural areas. The other point about, that we work on is, of course, biosphere reserves, mangrove conservations, and the Sundarbans, Gulf of Mannar, Nanda Devi, all of these places, and the kind of work that happens with self-help groups and women, it is women who call the shots in terms of the how, what, why. So you just have to let them, let them take the lead and run with what they're telling you to do. Finally, of course, working with men, something I think that Imran hinted at, is important because we often sort of equate gender with women, and that is not really true. We will have Pradhan Partis in supportive role till women are able to stand their ground. It has been men running the show, it's okay to have Pradhan Patis as long as the Patni eventually becomes, takes the stage. So, working with men is again something. UNESCO has a flagship program called Transforming Mentalities, where we're actually working on the ground and talking to men and sort of ensuring that they are not allies or perpetrators of violence, but actually part of the gender journey. And having women speak is something that will benefit them as much as, women themselves and their children, families, and create inclusive communities. So I have a eye on the watch, so I'm going to pause so that Sumabha can probably do whatever she needs to do. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shraddha. Quick note, I think NDMA is, and many SDMAs are taking the issue of psychosocial support and building capacity to provide psychosocial support or understand even what psychosocial support needs to be provided very seriously. So for that, I commend them. And I have seen in the aftermath of the Wayanad landslides how serious the government was with identifying those that required counseling and psychosocial support and getting stakeholders together to provide that. Also, you touched upon the idea of non-economic losses and non-tangible cultural heritage. There are, as we speak, a number of island states, South Pacific island states, that are in danger of just being lost entirely as countries, as existences, right? And right now are trying to sort of, how do you preserve the entire linguistic and cultural heritage of a country that may disappear in a few years, and are struggling with that problem. So thinking about how we can even prepare for cultural heritage loss and building the capacity for that is a huge task. And this is one of the reasons that we have such a diverse panel here today. We have gone from literally, getting women into emergency mock drills, something that is so tangible and measurable, and going all the way to covering, women's participation in governance and disaster management planning at the local level, to their participation in cultural aspects that may be lost during disasters, and how do you account for that. So I thank all our panelists for sort of being part of a panel that speaks to many aspects of skill, capacity, gender, and community resilience that they may not be directly working on, but that are a crucial part of the same ecosystem within which they are. We don't have much time left, so just a couple of minutes. If you just give me a minute, I'll just throw it open to both the panel and the audience. If there is no questions, because I think we've covered a lot already, and there's tea and stuff after this, so we can connect over that. If there is any one and not two, one big recommendation, since we have a wide variety of stakeholders in this room, one recommendation from your perspective when it comes to skill and capacity, social and gender inclusion, bringing those things together, that you could make to either any NDMA representative here or any state representative here, or just in general you think at the state or national level we should be taking forward, you can make a 30-second pitch. Yes.
I think this is one area which I just missed it actually. What I feel is like, since the climate change is bringing in a lot of extreme events and hazards, one of the major thing is like with the local schools and universities, we can come up with a plan where they are able to bring up the capacities in the communities. Like we are working with the Alappad community in Kerala in training the women on actually looking into what are the vulnerabilities. They are mapping out actually what is the evacuation route they have to take, etc. So if we can somehow have that extended arm to be built with the local system, that would be great.
We are succeeding making our villages tsunami ready with the support of UNESCO, and creating community champions, women community champions. We can take forward that will be helpful very much. We have 26 villages of Orissa declared as tsunami ready.
Hi. I think a lot of work with women on the ground is being done. I mean, it's not that we are not skill building or building capacity of women on the ground, but I think somewhere we need to focus on maybe technical training of women on the ground. Right, so we are the global network for disaster reduction, and one of our member organizations in Nepal has trained women to become masons, and they are the ones who build earthquake resilient houses, and they retrofit schools and homes, and it's now become a skill where they also earn money as a process of that. So we don't need to see women only to do in terms of, okay, they are voluntarily, of course, working in terms of evacuation or early warning messaging, but also skill building. If the men are leaving the community, the women can be trained on technical things and to be able to take them forward in the communities.
Great. And I think we'll have a panelist in our next session that will excellently speak to that from SSB. Yeah, Joel, did you want to?
Sure, 30 seconds. Was just going to say there's so many excellent ideas that have been shared and so many initiatives that are going on, but I think one thing just to emphasize is that if you want to integrate this consistently, especially within kind of preparedness and government-led processes, it's really important that we consider the budgeting aspect of this and how do we make sure that this is considered within budgeting processes. So I think gender-responsive budgeting is a good avenue for this, from the national down to the local level, to make sure that it's the needs and skills of women and capacity building is all included at the planning level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, of course. Please go ahead.
Just to highlight, one of the techniques is appreciative inquiry. The idea is to always look at what is working and to be able to scale that up. So the many networks that we have talked about, I think it's time that to have a network of networks, especially when it comes to women. And we have heard of examples of Kujumshri or in self-help groups or others. How do we, actually utilize where it's not there and actually use the technique of appreciative inquiry to bring that to the fore and have the network of networks?
We'll be sending an email to some of you because what I understand, what training models have proven effective and which can be scaled up as a national model. That is something that can come up because it will be a natural follow-up of a pilot which you've done. And I like to mention our Prime Minister had a meeting on the 24th of December, and he said that all Tier 2, Tier 3 schools should be reached out, which is 3,17,000 schools. We have started, we are reaching 1,600 schools. So it's a modest start, but what you've just mentioned, the Prime Minister already has it.
All right. Thank you, panelists, for your excellent suggestions and audience for chipping in, who are also panelists for the next session. With that, I close this session. Thank you so much, Joel. Appreciate your joining in from Bangkok. A big round of applause to all our panelists and to ourselves.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Somava, and just please stay for a while. Stay back for a while. And our panelists also just please stay here for a while, and it's time to present mementos. I will request Mrali ma'am also to join here along with Somava to present mementos to our panelists. And immediately after this, we will have a quick tea break for 15 minutes only. So it's just outside the hall. Please have your teas and come back within 15 minutes so that. Panelists, please stay for a while for a group photograph also. All panelists, please come closer for a group photograph. So we reassemble at 3:55 sharp after the tea, please.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. I just want to check whether if I am audible to online participants. Ms. Samantha Hung, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. You are also audible. Thank you. Ms. Nazim Sheikh,
Yes, sir.
you can hear?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
I hear you.
And Ms. Samantha Hung, can you hear me? Unmute yourself, please. I think you are muted. You are muted. Please unmute yourself. Madam Samantha Hung, you are muted. You वहाँ म्यूट है मैडम? वहाँ से? Okay. Please thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, she is not able to unmute. Just request her to reconnect. Could you please reconnect because you are muted? Good afternoon to all of you and welcome back to the last technical session of today's workshop. Request NDMA staff and consultants to kindly request people to come inside. This technical session is on gender inclusion in risk mitigation, and the session will be chaired and moderated by Ms. Ranjani Mukherjee from CDRI. I will request Ranjani to kindly take her seat, and other panelists include Ms. Deepa Ahluwalia, Senior Social Development Officer, Gender, Asian Development Bank. She will also be accompanied online by Ms. Samantha Hung, Director of Gender Equality Online. Another participant online is Ms. Nazeem Sheikh, Associate Program Director, Swayam Shikshan Prayog. So she is also joining online. Then I will request Ms. Mika Hana Paul, Project Manager, Adaptive Social Protection, GIZ, to kindly come on the dais. Ms. Suranjana Gupta, Senior Advisor, Higher Commission. Ms. Manpreet Kaur, Senior Project Associate, IUCN, and Ms. Kanika Bansal, Lead Universal Design and Inclusion, NIUA. I request all panelists to kindly take their respective seats on the dais.
Hi Sam, can you unmute now?
I'm connecting from my phone, so I think I can from my phone.
Okay, but yeah, you are audible.
Right.
So as informed earlier, the session is being chaired by Ms. Ranjani Mukherjee from CDRI. So I hand it over to Ranjani now to take the session forward.
At the outset, let me thank National Disaster Management Authority for inviting me to chair and moderate this session. It's an absolute privilege to be here today with all of you. I could see you already had several interviews throughout this is of course the last tech session, but at the same time probably the most important one. So the theme is essentially gender inclusion in risk mitigation. And we have a very esteemed set of panelists with us here today. We have Samantha Hung, Director of Gender Equality from ADB, and also Deepa Ahluwalia, Senior Social Development Officer from ADB. So I thank both of them for joining us. We also have Nazeem Sheikh, Associate Program Director from Swayam Shikshan Prayog, SSP. I think she's also joining us online. Welcome, Nazeem. We have Mika Hana Paul, Project Manager, Adaptive Social Protection from GIZ India. Thank you very much for joining us. We also have Suranjana Gupta, Senior Advisor, Hurayo Commission. Thank you, Suranjana. Very happy to meet you again. Our fifth panelist is Manpreet Kaur, Senior Project Associate, IUCN. Welcome to the panel. And then finally again Kanika Bansal, Lead Universal Design and Inclusion, NIUA. Very happy to see you again, Kanika. So let me just set the context a little bit, and then without wasting too much of time in setting context, I would directly like to go to the speakers to kind of leverage the huge amount of expertise and experience that they are bringing today to this panel discussion. The theme is gender inclusion in risk mitigation, and for us essentially when we talk about it, it means that in this stage of disaster risk reduction planning and climate risk management planning, how do we consider and address the diverse needs and vulnerabilities of all gender? And we also focus towards promoting equitable outcomes and empowering women and girls. So that's what we are looking at. Globally, we know there is a significant gap, gender gap in financial resilience and access to climate and disaster risk finance and insurance. So that's one thematic area. But there are, when we actually talk about gender responsive interventions for mitigation, we look at a variety of issues and multiple areas, like we talk about disaster risk management, access to early warning systems, access to technology, access to social protection, and then of course, how do we engage them at various phases of mitigation. Now, here today in this particular panel discussion, first, I would like to hear from the panelists what are the various opportunities available with us to make, all kinds of mitigation measures gender inclusive. At the same time, also to highlight on the challenges that exist at the policy level, the challenges that exist at the community level, the challenges that exist at the operational level. Because what we could see that there are several mitigation programs, but there is limited success when it comes to gender and social inclusiveness. So why? What are the challenges that exist on ground? And why we are not able to do it in spite of the fact that there is finance available? So what is the issue? Is it the capacity gap? Is it the lack of data? Is it the lack of not having appropriate policies or operational guidelines to engage them? So this is something I would like each of the panelists to kindly highlight, because at the end of the day what we are looking at is some solutions. The solutions and broader advice from all of you on how to make all the mitigation measures that we are planning more gender and social inclusive. So with that short kind of briefing in the very beginning, let me move on to our first speaker for this particular session, that is Samantha Hung, who has joined us online. And Samantha, maybe we just can see her. We hope she's there with us. Yeah. So once again, thank you very much for joining us. And maybe my specific question to you would be, if you can kindly highlight what are the kind of policy recommendations that you would suggest when it comes to making the mitigation measures gender inclusive. So what kind of policy landscape we should be putting in place to ensure that gender concerns get mainstreamed right from the beginning when we start designing this mitigation project, when we start implementing this mitigation project, and also when we start monitoring and evaluating the impact of this mitigation project. So over to you, Samantha.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can see and hear me, and apologies for the technical glitch earlier, and also apologies that I can't be there with you today in person, but very much appreciate the invitation from the National Disaster Management Authority to join this discussion. So perhaps what would be useful is if I give a bit of a broad response, and then Deepa is there with you in the room so she can chime in, particularly from our India portfolio perspective. I did have a few visuals, but I'm not sure if they will work. If they do, I'll leave Deepa to control them. But otherwise, I will just maybe start by sort of framing. I think for the Asian Development Bank, when we talk about disaster risk management, it's an extremely important issue for us supporting our developing member countries, because we know that the region is very disproportionately prone to disasters. I mean, I think some of the most highly disaster-prone countries are in the region that we serve. And when you exacerbate that with some sort of differentiate approaches and look at small island developing states, for example, and we cover the Pacific region as well, for example, then you bring on another layer. And then, of course, if you put a gender layer, this is all compounded. So ADB, we have what's called a disaster risk management plan, which is gender responsive one, that takes us to 2030. And I think if you look at how we address gender within that, we take a mainstreaming approach, recognizing that a gender perspective needs to be factored in, but we also complement with a very focused approach on women's specific needs, because we understand that investing in women's resilience to disaster and other kinds of shocks is really a very smart investment. So the way we do that, I think you really have to start with understanding what is the gendered vulnerability. and having a very sort of clear gender analysis. So that can be done at national level, subnational level, but for us specifically, we do it at investment level. So whether that's a project type investment or policy type loan, for example, we need to understand the gender dimensions across that. So I think we can sort of separate into three levels. Upstream, if we're thinking about the diagnostics that we need, it's the data, but it's the frameworks, it's consulting the right people, and it's also having the policy dialogue. And then working at midstream so that we have the right sort of early warning systems in place. We prioritize women's specific needs through public financial management, financial instruments, or social protection. But we also at downstream level, very most importantly, we deliver on the ground through resiliency programs. And I think we need to look at things holistically so that we're preparing women and the most vulnerable to be ready to be able to sort of work their way through any disaster, and also to be able to recover and be more ready going forward. So I mean, maybe I'll pause there. I have lots of other examples of how we do that, but I'm also mindful that you might want to work through the panel and come back to me. So maybe that's a point to pause.
So thank you very much, Samantha. And what I could summarize from what you said thus far is kind of having intervention upstream, midstream, and downstream, and highlighted the importance of data, framework, policy dialogues for the upstream level of work. At the midstream, looking at financial instruments and social protection schemes, and finally downstream is to having more targeted programs. Of course, in order to do this, the starting point is to have a robust gender analysis, so we really understand the vulnerabilities and the problems from the very beginning, even before we start designing the program. So thank you. Now moving on from understanding the policy landscape that needs to be in place in order to make risk mitigation gender inclusive, I think we would now like to hear from our colleague, another colleague from ADB, particularly on Deepa, on how actually you are operationalizing all these on ground, and if you can share some reflection from the various programs that you're implementing in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajni, and thanks, Sam. Yeah, so Sam, we are also trying to upload that PPT. It's here. Can you see it? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Rajni, and thanks, Sam, for setting the context. And as Sam said, that we engage at the policy level, and she has elaborated on how we do the policy level interventions. There is an action plan which is aligned to SDGs, and it's their action. This action plan is for until 2030. I would like to focus more upon that how these policy level commitments translate on operations in India specifically. And as I mentioned, that need for a very customized gender assessment. So we at ADB, for any lending, have during at the due diligence time itself, we do a robust gender assessment to just understand the key gender specific issues related to women and girls, and it is across sectors and across geographies. And as Sam said, that it is done at the investment level, project level. So having that gender assessment helps us in establishing baselines, prioritizing collection of data, which, as Rajni was mentioning, what are the challenges? So data challenges, sometimes it's a very catch-22 situation that we don't have a assessment, or we don't have sex disaggregated data to understand what are the issues, and then in that space either we are not able to formulate any policies or any program interventions. Yeah. But also we are not able to establish very specific targets for any interventions. So I think the starting point for us at the outset is doing a gender assessment which is very specific to that sector. It can be, ADB works across 7-8 sectors, and we do it especially in today's context. Most of our agriculture, natural resource and rural development programs, we try to understand what is the geography of that place, what are the disasters. So in this context of today, what are the kind of disasters and challenges that are faced by this. Once we have the gender assessment, we formulate the gender action plans. So all the projects or investments have very specific, measurable, like with smart indicators, gender action plans, which are based and aligned with, based on that gender assessment we do. And this gender assessment and action plan
helps us in streamline the kind of interventions we have to do. So for example, as if we have programs specifically in the agriculture sector across Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, Assam. So I would like to give example of Maharashtra, for example. And in Maharashtra Coastal Protection Project, we identified during gender assessment that there are issues related to livelihoods, and women's participation in those livelihoods was a key challenge. We didn't have sex disaggregated data, for example, of fisherwomen's. So we were trying to, and it was always fishermen, like using it like as a farmer, we say always, comes the picture of men. But here then we identified, during gender assessment, we identified who are the most vulnerable groups. Fisher folk were one of them, and within that we tried to establish a gender disaggregated database of that. Moving forward, once we established the key gender issues over there, we tried to develop participation indicators into that. What kind of, what kind of interventions can be designed aligned to the investment which we are providing to them. So this is one project, but I can elaborate on other projects later on maybe, and at present I'll just
Yeah, so maybe, because it's very interesting, if I can just ask a follow-up question to you before moving on to the next panelist. You mentioned about participation indicators and you talked about formulation of gender action plans. So are you saying that when you design this targeted intervention, you actually try to ensure their engagement? So if you are doing that, how do you do that? How do you do that at the very local level?
So again, giving this example of Maharashtra, or another project we have is in Tiri Lake area. So for example, once we do the gender assessment and assess these kind of key issues, aligned with the log frame or DMF, we call it the design and monitoring framework of that investment, aligning with the outputs, we try to design the indicators. And these indicators, as Sam had also mentioned, at 3 levels. So it can be at a policy level. So an example of a policy level indicator is that, for example, they are preparing a business plan or for their entire community, or like the intervention at its SMO level, shoreline management organization, is preparing an action plan. So at different levels, how we can mainstream gender. So starting at the institutional level, do we have participation of women staff in these SMOs? If there are shoreline management committees, we ensure that whenever these new committees are formed, they have adequate representation of women. At the community level, we usually try to ensure that at least 50% of the members, for example, of these shoreline management committees are women. Moving forward, once they are representing it, investing in the capacities of, like strengthening the capacities of these members, because they may be representing but they may not be aware of what kind of intervention. So another level of intervention in this project is strengthening their capacities, strengthening the capacities of the government department itself, how to make these action plans more gender responsive. So these are the kind of indicators. Again, moving at the mid-level, for example, we are developing a livelihood program for these fisher folks, ensuring that the benefits also reach to women. They are representative based on gender assessment. For example, if we feel that at present their proportion is 15%, then keeping a target which is like a bit ambitious, like maybe 25%, and then ensuring that women are representing in these committees, their skills are built. If we are investing X number of dollars into skill building programs, then skilling of women, and especially in non-traditional sectors. This is another aspect of ADB where we try to induce or introduce skilling of women, especially in the in STEM or in non-traditional sectors, decision-making structures, so they don't end up doing just kind of a work, and also in activities where they have more productive role. So this is another kind of intervention. So these are the nature of interventions, and they have indicator, the targets, responsible agencies who will help that, because that is very important to make it more specific and within a time frame so that it is achieved. For example, it's a 5-year investment program. We try to build it. What are the activities in the pre-construction phase where women can be involved? What are the activities where women can be involved during construction, if there is a construction, pre-construction, construction, and then post-construction? For example, involving women in operation and maintenance of the assets which we are creating. In this context of Maharashtra project which I am talking about, it was more that trying to support women in purchasing the boats, because it was found during the gender assessment that most of the livelihood activities were just selling, petty shopkeepers or selling small items. But we are trying to introduce here that how through self-help groups or through collectives they can invest in more meaningful, kind of livelihood activities which are more productive. So this is how we are moving to the downstream activity and the very specific activity.
No, thank you. So apart from all the important points that you mentioned, like gender assessment across sectors, across geographies, creating baseline, building the database, which will inform targeted design, I think an important point is also building the capacities of the public officials who will be responsible for designing these mitigation programs. So they should be well trained to understand how they include, gender issues, how they can address them, and how they also not only about planning and designing, but also till the project ends, which also essentially includes assessing the impact and also monitoring the progress periodically. So thank you very much. I understand Naseem will have to leave, so maybe our next panelist would be Naseem now. And Naseem, my question to you would be on how social protection, because we know when we talk about risk mitigation and we talk about gender inclusive risk mitigation, I hope she's there with us, right?
I'm with you. Yes, I'm available. Yeah. Yes.
No, but I think she is from Science Shiksha Prayoga, so I'm sure she will on social protection. So I hope you're fine with the question that I'm posing to you, Naseem, because I know with my experience of working with the sector, SSP has done extensive work in the field of social protection. So if you would like to kind of throw some light, share your experiences first, and I could see your slide also talks about insurance, right? You're also talking about financial products, but I leave it up to you. You can make your intervention the way you want, and then I will try to pull out some important points on which we can further deliberate.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to share SSP's Swayam Shikshan Prayoga experience regarding the women's leadership in risk reduction and resilience building. As you all know, Prem Gopalan is founder of Swayam Shikshan Prayoga, and last 3 decades we are in this. We are working with the women leaders across 7 states of India, and more than 5 lakh women are in our network, and we are associated with Biro Commission, a global organization who is working with grassroots women's organization across the globe, more than 46 countries. So we have the belief like women should be seen as a victim or beneficiary. They are involved in the disaster planning as a main stakeholder. So from our experience in Latur earthquake, then we faced severe drought in Maharashtra, and we traveled. SSP traveled in Bihar, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Orissa after the disasters. So each time I see the potential of women's leadership in the work of relief, recovery, reconstruction or rehabilitation and resilience building. I can use one example of uh, I can give the example if you want to listen the social protection, how the women leaders are leading the social protection for their communities. So this is a good example during the COVID period when the lockdowns happen and everybody is locked down in their homes and nobody is having access to mobility. That time we started thinking what to do. The sudden third day we got call from the women, oh, we are not having mobility but we can communicate, we can do the communication and we can do better for our community. So they started doing the data collection of all the families who are most vulnerable in their communities and those who are coming from the outside as migrants, and they started not only they collected the data who is most vulnerable, but they given assessment of what are their priority needs, like the food needs, the preventive care needs, the health support, the counseling support, and the employment support, like women work hand in hand with the local panchayat to create how the public distribution system can be reached to all household level to secure the to ensure the food security for all the households through the PDS system. That is that is an excellent work these women done, and we reached more than 2,700 villages, more than 10 lakh families during the COVID period, and women did awareness education and counseling to how to prevent from the COVID and how to the discrimination those who came from the outside in the community, and they did arrangement of food system within the community to provide food to the migrant families and the families who are living in the village through the PDS system, and mobilizing the food resources from the big farmers and all. And with local panchayat, they interacted to create some small MREGs, like 100 days employment program. They mobilize work to where the migrants can work in the agriculture farm to get the daily wages, to access the daily wages. And during the severe drought of Maharashtra during from 2012 to 2015, that is the first experience where women organized and they started how to ensure the food and fodder security for the animals and the families. So that initiative turn into the big program now, which is very well recognized across the globe. Is called Women-led Climate Resilient Agriculture, which is now answer for the climate change also. So this is a this when women are involved as a leader, as a main stakeholder in the program, this program become not start with the relief or recovery, but become the resilience program, which is answer for the today's question, which we are still for the change. So now we have the full-fledged livelihood program and the food security model, which is a solution for green solution for the climate change. So this is the way we are nurturing the women, because we have the belief women are the first responder in their community, and they are organized. They can do any kind of collective work in their community, and they have potential to work for their community. So only the missing part, the challenge is we are not looking women as a stakeholder. We are not providing them equal opportunities and the technical knowledge and trainings to them to play this critical role in their communities. I will stop here.
No, thank you very much for sharing those, insights which comes directly from the field. But my a follow-up question that I would have for you is, what we have seen whenever there is a major disaster, definitely the community is the first responder. They play an excellent role when it comes to response, early recovery, and even long-term recovery. But one of the challenges that government often face is how to sustain this community-based initiatives. What is important to you, because you have been working at the grassroots level? What are the challenges that exist in sustaining such, large-scale community-led interventions? What is required from the government's end to ensure that those kind of programs are sustained? Of course, finance is one aspect, but what are the other aspects so that we remain engaged with this community groups and the self-help groups in a continuous manner, and it is not that only after a major
reach out to them for their support, and then they always come with all their full force and energy to support. But what do we do when there is no disaster? How do we kind of ensure that there is a continuous
So, yeah, from our experience, Vido Commission and Swayam Section experience, we always like women are organized in self-help group, but beyond self-help group, we have to build their capacity in the technical knowledge of all each aspects of their communities, like the social, like the climate change is a current thing. So how, what kind of local led adaptations they are doing, how we can give the recognition to their practices, how they can support to scale up their practices through the knowledge sharing, the peer exchanges, how we can facilitate the learning space between among the grassroots women, and how we can facilitate now between the grassroots women and the policy, the government officials, those who are having the resources and the practitioners, so they can dialogue between. So these are the aspects which is very essential. Finance, of course, finance, technical knowledge, and the facilitation and opportunities where they can negotiate, they can interact and share their knowledge and scale up their practices across to ensure the resilience among their community.
Thank you very much. So if I have to kind of highlight one key point that emerged from your intervention is to create the platform through which we can facilitate sharing of knowledge, experience, and also tap the experience and skills that exist with them, so which could be leveraged at different point in time by the various institutions working on this mitigation. Moving on to our third speaker, and we have Mika Hannah Paul from GIZ. I understand you would like to intervene on adaptive social protection, something probably I also look forward to listening to you. Or how do you define that, and what GIZ has been doing so far on that? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ranjini ji. And thanks to NDMA and UN Women for this invitation. So I represent the German Development Corporation, where we have 2 new projects looking at this topic. I lead the project on adaptive social protection, which is with the Ministry of Rural Development. And by adaptive social protection, we are trying to put social protection in the center. Naseem already explained different aspects of it. In case of our project, we are putting the public works program Mahatma Gandhi Narega in the center. And by making it more adaptive, the idea would be to explore how to strengthen climate and disaster resilience through this program that we have. And that's why we are also interested to try and bring together these different communities of thought, all the stakeholders involved, to see how we can do this together. We also have another project that partners with the NDMA, which is on integrated climate risk management, and they're also quite new. My colleague Kavya Arora is around. They're focusing on heat waves, and we'll also look at gender responsive measures as we go along. So Mahatma Gandhi Narega would be something that all of you know. It is a universal safety net program that is available to every Indian household in a rural area. You can demand up to 100 days of work in a year as a supplementary income option. And we have seen it work as a shock responsive measure, as a safety net. Whenever you're hit by a shock, be it a climate induced shock, or when we had the pandemic in 2020, we see that if we have to give an income supplementation to the ground, then Narega kind of becomes a mechanism. And it already has sort of layers added to it. So if you're hit by a drought or a cyclone, you can get an additional 50 days of work that you can get through the scheme. There's unemployment allowance and different kind of provisions. And being an act, I think there are a lot of factors embedded into it. We can also see that the National Disaster Management Plan also mentions of convergence possibilities with this program. So a lot of things exist. While this adaptive social protection project that we have is fairly new and we are still in the kick-off stages, we have been working with rural development programs, mainly MG Narega and NRLM, for almost the last 12 years. So I would like to cite 3 examples which I think which would be relevant for this audience, especially from the gender responsive lens from our past work. One would be, and these are like three gender champions, and there are many more of them. But first, I would like to talk about Reena Didi, who we worked with in Gaya district of Bihar. She was an SHG member like many of us who have been talking about them. Her husband is a migrant, used to work in urban area. She was back in the village. What we introduced first was a GIS-based landscape planning approach to look at what are the possible livelihood opportunities we can develop. So we've been talking about access to technology, and rural development programs, especially MG Narega, have been trying to take this whole approach of landscape-based planning for natural resource management measures since 2017. And I think today in some rudimentary format, all Gram Panchayats in India would have a landscape-based plan, but penetration takes its own time. So we spent a lot of effort in working with the community, mainly women and vulnerable groups, SC/ST communities, to kind of give them access to this technology, GIS and remote sensing layers, maps that are available in our own National Remote Sensing Center platform. So these are all open source data, nothing coming from abroad or that are complicated in nature. How to put these together for a given Gram Panchayat and kind of find out what kind of works they should do to revive their own ecosystem, revive their own livelihoods. So Reena Didi was with her SHG women identifying that, okay, there's a need for water harvesting structures, ahar pine revival, more of ecosystem-based adaptation. They identified more than 100 works. They could do that work, get money through MG Narega, and then also get land, water resources to kind of strengthen their livelihoods. So I think here there are a couple of elements. One is giving women access to technology, which is going to kind of stay with the community. Another is about then opening to them the myriad of options that comes with it. Because you do this kind of a perspective planning process once, you have identified enough works that you can pick up for, let's say, at least the next 5 years. So in times of a disaster, then you don't need to go find a work, but you have a shelf of works from which you can pick up. I think such a landscape-based approach, planning approach, can be very much integrated with other kind of plans that we have. So in the next project, we also want to see, okay, we have a district level disaster management plan. We have plans like MG Narega. We have the state action plan for climate change. These are at different levels, but at a local level, how can we, bring these together and see how to kind of improve disaster preparedness lens through MG Narega. So I think that's where we are getting it. The second example, again, more from a technology point of view that I would like to talk about is how we introduced in Jharkhand the interactive voice response mechanism. So when we did our past project with MG Narega, which was aimed at livelihoods and resilience building, one of the key gender gaps that we figured were, because most of our locations were very, very rural, it came from aspirational districts and that kind of a criteria. Women did not have smartphones, internet penetration was low. Even if you have a smartphone in the household, it is mostly with the men. The literacy is also very, very low. So even if you have a smartphone, how to read, use these apps. So IVR is basically an audio-based messaging mechanism. It's like a community podcast on a mobile phone. So you can you get calls with this information, and then they would say, okay, press 1 for more information, or press 2 to kind of give a feedback. We did this with IIT Delhi and their organization called Gramvani, where assets were created through MG Narega. Mango plantation was one that Jharkhand did heavily through a lot of government schemes. The productivity was not great because once you develop the plantation, then you don't have really enough measures to kind of guide them on the productivity, on the maintenance, other kind of trainings. So messages that would go seasonal in nature, so that they know, okay, now is the time to do the pruning, now is the time to give certain inputs. And then there's an option for them to also ask questions in their own regional language, where then somebody calls back and responds to it. So I think working on a large scale, especially today, we have artificial intelligence and such solutions, this can really be automated. And beyond livelihoods, I think these are kind of mechanisms that we can use also in case of anticipatory action and other kind of community level mechanisms that we can look at. The third case would be of Leela Didi from Madhya Pradesh, Khandwa district, where we worked a lot on moringa plantations. So we chose that as a livelihood option because it's a pretty drought resilient crop. It grows very fast, and there's a huge demand. So demand versus supply, India being the largest producer, still there's a lot of gap given the demand in markets in India and abroad, because moringa is now being heavily used in supplements, pharmaceuticals, and health and well-being mainly. I think here what we would try and say is that income diversification still remains a very, very key point when we talk of women in disaster risk management, because at the end of the day, I think it boils down to income and how much you have to kind of face in the aftermath of a disaster, how much you have left over. So kind of diversifying options that are also like in rural areas, people often don't have one source of income. No? So you are an SHG member, you are an NDMA worker, then you probably have a grocery shop, then you also have some goats. But how can we also put a kind of framework to it that there is a basket of things that they can rely on? And here we have worked quite a bit on living income, decent standard of living, and such approaches so that people have enough to take back to. So I think that's as far as our experiences go, and going forward, like I said, we really want to see how these different planning mechanisms can come forward. We also have a very strong focus on the skilling element, where we would like to look at women and bringing more aspects of gender and intersectionality. I think persons with disabilities is another group that we also want to focus on to see how they can be skilled in taking some of these approaches forward. And working mainly with MG Narega, we would like to really focus on resilient infrastructure. So of course we're talking about small scale infrastructure that public works program could do, but how can that be more structured towards disaster and climate resilience? So let me stop with that. Thank you.
No, thank you. So first, of course, through your intervention, I really understood what you actually meant by adaptive social protection. I have been working in this field before joining CDRI. I was with UN, I worked with UNDP. We have the experience of implementing community-based disaster risk management program also. Now, you talked about GIS-based landscape approach, landscape-based planning, which is definitely a very good initiative. But if I look at how the other plans are prepared, like I don't think this landscape-based approach is further overlaid on the disaster management plans that are getting prepared at the district level and the planning level. Panchayat level. So there is a gap, clearly there is a gap, so which is something we need to address. Number two, you talked about access to technology, and it was really very heartening to hear that at the Panchayat level they are looking at satellite imageries and GIS-based data. But the follow-up question that I would have is, who is anchoring this data? Like, this data is available, but considering the panchayats in India, there may not be enough capacity to kind of, because when you talk about satellite imageries, using of satellite imageries, it requires ground truthing. When you talked about GIS-based platform, somebody needs to maintain it, update it. So what is the mechanism there? How is Panchayat using it? Who is anchoring it? Does that happen at the state level? Is there a policy which is backing that work on the ground? So if you can throw some more light so that we understand how, because one is of course access to technology, how much they are able to understand this technology and use it in the further planning. The other is how is updating it, because all this needs to be updated periodically to keep the whole planning process very dynamic. So if you can just shed some light. Yeah.
Sure. So right now it's a very MG Narega driven process. So in their own management information system, there is a space to kind of upload the plans. And Narega has a layer of functionaries that goes on till the ground level. So it's more of capacity building of your engineers. But of course, the making of the plan is very community driven. So you're also looking at SHGs, the elected representatives, kind of capacitating everyone so that when they present ideas to the Gram Sabha, that is kind of informed by this whole GIS plan. So they have a mechanism within their own MIS where the plans are being hosted. But I think it is very important and also in our interest to kind of take that plan and see how we can do this layering. And we would see that in such a case, a district level administration would be a very useful unit to host it, because I think for convergence, they are like a great platform, because your district magistrate or your CEO then has an overview of all the programs. They also kind of lead the district disaster management planning processes. So to kind of see where are the overlays, how can we bring it together, I think that would be a great space to explore.
No, so thank you. I think two key takeaways for me is, one is how to leverage the ongoing development schemes to make them gender responsive so that they result in risk mitigation. And the second is convergence at the district level, because if you really want to see impact of the panchayat at the community level, there has to be convergence of all the different plans that we are preparing at various levels at the district level. So thank you very much. We now move on to our fourth speaker, and we have Suranjana with us. So Ranjana, if you can throw some light on financial resilience, how by focusing on, how by providing access to finance can help to build resilience of women and communities, and that can lead to further risk mitigation. Some insights.
Yeah. So just by way of a little bit of global context, because WIRO is a global movement. We consider ourselves a movement of grassroots women's organizations and allied NGOs and facilitating organizations. I think all of you know about the Paris Agreement. You certainly know about the Sendai framework. But the major question at some point became, where is the, why is the local implementation of the Sendai framework lagging behind, and where are the resources for that kind of implementation? So similarly, after the Paris Agreement was signed, there was the Global Commission on Adaptation, which I'm sure most of you know about, and it was a very high-profile commission that wanted to raise the profile and the support, the policy support and resources for adaptation. And within the commissioners, there were just maybe 2 or 3 commissioners who fought very hard to have as one of the work streams in the report a focus on locally led adaptation. Most of the, if you look at the report, the work streams are all focused on different sectors really. So in the space around locally led adaptation, again the question becomes, where is the money for it? And so for many years now, the WIRO Commission created something called the Community Resilience Fund, and the idea was to channel some resources to grassroots women's organizations and allow these resources to be flexible enough to allow women's groups to do what they needed to do to advance resilience. So the idea was that this sort of be a fund that allows grassroots women to organize, to collectively learn and to test what it is that allows them to build their resilience. So one of the frameworks we use to guide the implementation of the Community Resilience Fund is something we call the diamond. And I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint diagram to show you, but it's relatively simple. It's a diamond with 4 facets, and so each of the facets represents an area in which grassroots women have to invest or want to invest in order to advance their resilience. So the first is building leadership and organizing. So this collective leadership and organizing, the collectivization, the functioning of self-help groups, cooperatives, federations, and the aggregation of grassroots women's collective efforts is really the foundation of so much of the resilience building work. Yet we see again and again that there's some reluctance to invest in that as a DRR or as a climate resilience activity. It's seen as maybe a movement building piece or something which is about forming self-help groups and so on. And it's very much increasingly in the policy environment globally, we see that it's very much of maybe instrumentalizing the group and projectifying it. So people are asked to form a group because they're going to get something out of it. Not that the group itself has a purpose and a life beyond a project to actually create social change in the environment where they live and then aggregate and connect with other social groups. So I think we at WIRO Commission, we are very keen on this model where you keep creating groups and collectivizing and then connecting those to one another in order to create an amplified impact. So leadership and continually trying to reaffirm that leadership through successful initiatives that women do collectively is a very important part of what we try and incentivize through the fund. And then you have the piece around building networks and the most important sort of technical piece, what I would call the technical piece around disaster risk reduction or climate adaptation, is to understand and analyze risks, prioritize them, and sort of take up risk-informed activities that will actually shift or build greater resilience in terms of advancing food and agricultural systems, like Naseem talked about the 1 acre model of farming, or I can give you another couple of examples. And then you have women using this money also to secure assets such as land titling, for example, in Africa, a very big part of the work that women are doing as part of their securing themselves, their communities, and food for their families and communities. The other piece that women use the money for is to do a lot of advocacy and building larger networks. So networking is often in terms of building knowledge networks and exchanging and pooling their knowledge. And the advocacy, of course, is trying to then link with local government, provincial government, even national government, and access programs. And everywhere women are finding it easier, but once they've demonstrated that they can do something and that thing is very visible, they gain a lot of confidence and credibility, and then they are sort of encouraged more by the village chiefs in, let's say, Indonesia to come to the meetings, and their recommendations actually go into the plans, and they go to the next level in order to get funded and go into the village budgets and so on. So the idea is for them to build partnerships that allows them to actually leverage resources in order to then upgrade infrastructure or build, advance their sort of conserve natural resources. So we see throughout the maybe about 25 organizations in the global south, Asia, Latin America, and in Africa, where women's groups have got these grants, iterative grants over 5, 6, 7 years, that they have all, without any kind of instruction, really invested not only in trying to build their, secure themselves in other ways in terms of livelihoods and things like that, but creating this public goods for their communities, improving the street lighting, planting trees, sort of building improving local infrastructure, sanitation, sewage, things like that, so small infrastructure, and also leveraging their position to access or to influence other kinds of investments which are available locally. So I think again the piece about partnership, I think, again, which means like going 17 times to the district office, by bus or whatever, people kind of don't really understand, where's the result of this, what's happening, the way in which I think civil society projects are now getting formulated. There's a lot of restriction on, or there's a lot of pressure to continuously produce some sort of results, and this is not very, the results are not obvious in the short term, but these kinds of investments become very important as part of building the relationships and the social capital, which then becomes the safety net later. So, for example, all the women in our network know very well that at the time that there's a disaster, you can't start building a relationship with the government institutions and the national government. So you need to have that relationship building and the collaboration and cooperation as a part of your ongoing work. So the 4 parts of the diamond, I'll reiterate again: leadership and organizing, understanding risk and undertaking risk-informed collective actions, the networking and building coalitions, and then leveraging all that together to build partnerships and influence policy. So the point is that in all this work, someone's got to pay for how local grassroots organizations innovate and test new ideas. So we keep hearing a lot about innovation, but innovation is risk-taking. Innovation requires a different kind of risk-taking. You need someone to underwrite the learning costs of innovation. So the idea is that, but then when people demonstrate success, then institutions are ready to run with it. So I think, for example, I'll just give an example. In Kenya, the group that we work with, they initially started with some kind of vegetable farming to actually deal with the AIDS pandemic, and you have women who are trying to feed 30, 40 children and trying to grow food, and they started this sort of looking at food systems and food security, and they found that their vegetable productivity was very poor because the soil was completely eroded in that region. And then they started working on soil rehabilitation, but a lot of that can't be done if you don't have access and control over land. So then the issue of land ownership, land titling, and securing land became important. So since then they've rehabilitated some 500 acres of land. So these all this surfaces when you have iterative funding that is assured, you have patient, predictable funding that women get in their hands. And part of it is also learning, allowing women to learn how to collectively manage money in new ways. That is not a livelihoods and an enterprise thing, which is a very different thing from creating collective goods that will build the resilience of collectives. So I think I'll stop there because I hope I've given you a little bit of food for thought there. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. Very, very insightful interventions. Like, of course, the invest in building women's leadership is something we have been talking about. But the follow-up question that I have to you is, at the policy level, there is a recognition that it is very important to kind of invest in building women's leadership, strengthen partnership, focus towards collective efforts, provide finances. But how do we do that? Like, if you just can throw some light on what are the challenges at the institutional level? Why local governments are struggling in doing that? It's not that we have enough of good examples, but we are not able to kind of sustain them and then bring them to a certain scale. And whenever we want to take it up to a certain scale, we are struggling. So what are the challenges you think that exist on ground, and what can be done? Maybe one or two suggestions which comes very much from your experience of working with so many countries across the world.
Yeah, I you kind of caught me on the back foot a little bit, but I'll just sort of share the kinds of challenges we face. I think that at the risk of sounding a bit mean, I would say that it's a little bit of the corporatization of the whole sector, the civil society sector kind of, and the question I would say is that where are the social movements, and what's, and I think this is a global issue. So everybody, for example, there's a tremendous pressure from all kinds of donors and funders, whether it's in public finance or bilateral agencies, multilaterals, private foundations, on results. From the day you get funded, show us the results, we are coming to the field, you have to show us the, we just said, it's very difficult to, and of course you can come and see, but what are you going to see 6 months into the funding where people, so I think that we are talking about some sort of patient funding where we actually get a real result at the end of a long period of time. Everyone sort of reached where they are with 10, 15, 20 years. We know how it's been with partnerships. We know, in the sort of world of SHGs, when I went to State Bank of India every day to talk to the same person. I went to Reserve Bank to talk to the same person, nothing, and then one day something changes, so these things are, these things social change takes a long time, and you're building on different fronts, right? It's like on the burner, you keep like 5 things going, one of them takes off and then you try and use that. But I think that, I think the groups, the idea of grassroots leadership, groups, and not instrumentalizing the group. See, what I feel one of the things happening which is problematic is instrumentalizing women. They are so nice as volunteers. They always, come and do the work that needs to get done. But when the money comes, somehow they are not in front. Or it's the same women again and again, the same Anganwadi workers, the same people who we are putting so much pressure on, So the challenges are that the same set of people are being asked to do so many things. There's so much of projectification and so much pressure to give results. It's like this story about the man searching for his keys under a street lamp, and the other guy comes and says, did you lose your keys here? He says, no, I lost it there, but there's light over here. So we are going on looking at where there is some, light, what we can measure immediately and show you a very nice report that you want to hear. And that's stopping us from grappling with the really hard questions which are back to poverty, gender, in the household, where is the money going? If we put money in women's hands, how do we incentivize how they'll use it. Everybody, you know, the sort of, so I think sometimes we're just having this kind of conversation on the treadmill and then, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank
Sorry,
you.
yeah.
Thank you very much. So I'll move on to our fifth speaker, and she's Manpreet Kaur from IUCN. So Manpreet, you work for IUCN, so I'm very tempted to ask you a question related to nature-based solutions and its importance and the important role it plays to promote gender inclusion. And and I also work with CDRI, and from CDRI we promote nature-based infrastructure solutions. So if you can share some examples with us on how nature-based solutions has resulted in mitigating risk, and also these measures have been very much gender inclusive. But at the same time, I know there are challenges when it comes to scaling up nature-based solutions, sustaining the efforts and maintaining them, funding them. So maybe while intervening, if you can also throw some light on the challenges.
Thank you, Ranjani ji. A very good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I'd just quickly like to introduce myself. I'm Manpreet Kaur, a Senior Project Associate at IUCN. With me, I bring 7 years of experience in climate change and forestry domain, and recently I've been selected for a prestigious international training program on gender equality on forestry and climate change nexus from 7 Asian countries that aims to empower young gender leaders. And with that, it's truly an honor to be here and be part of this important discussion on gender inclusion in risk mitigation. Disasters are something that is not gender neutral. Men, women, marginalized group, they experience it differently, and that is because the different social, economic and structural inequalities. Unfortunately, women, especially in the vulnerable communities, often face higher risk during the disasters, mainly because of the social norms, the limited access to resources, the underrepresentation from the in the decision making, and the lack of economic opportunities. So, however, their knowledge and their leadership are crucial in building the resilient communities, which is why over the years we have seen that when women are actively involved in disaster planning response, the recovery is faster, it's inclusive, and it's more sustainable. So having said that, IUCN takes gender responsive approach through nature-based solutions, which is not just about protecting the environment, but it is also about it's also a powerful tool for achieving the gender equality, and it contributes to gender inclusive disaster risk reduction by using the natural ecosystems to contribute to basically protect the communities from disasters, while also delivering the social, economic and environmental benefits. And for these solutions to be truly effective, it includes the women, the marginalized group in resilience building efforts, and also integrate women participation that enhance environmental protection and disaster preparedness. But beyond disaster preparedness, NBS also plays a crucial role in strengthening women resilience by addressing the social and the economic barriers. So I think, yeah, I'd like to stop here.
Okay. So now, thank you. So would you like to, so thank you for highlighting the importance of NBS in building, gender, in ensuring gender inclusion and as well as risk mitigation. Would you like to share a specific example with us, any project or program that IUCN has supported, which clearly demonstrated how through NBS you have been able to address the issue of risk reduction, and particularly with respect to women and other vulnerable communities?
Sure. So I think I'd like to share an example of Uttarakhand, a state that is prone to landslide and floods, where NBS has played a crucial role in DRR while delivering the social and economic benefits. So one such example would be the women-led initiatives in the Balkila watershed, which is situated in Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, where IUCN has worked. And in this project, women actively participated in restoring the degraded landscapes to reduce the soil erosion and to mitigate the landslide risk by planting native tree species and adopting sustainable land management practices. And these women, in a way, have helped strengthen the region's resilience against that climate-induced disasters. So this was the project that we have carried out. But there's one more project that we have just started, and where IUCN is integrating gender consideration into its project, which is a GIZ-led project called the Recap for NDC project, where IUCN is one of the consortium partners, where our role is planning and implementing the forest landscape restoration activities. And right now we are at initial stages, but and we are about to start with the baseline survey. But since we know that gender considerations are so crucial, that we have developed baseline survey that is specific to the women specific baseline questionnaires, where their needs, their concerns, their challenges would be captured, and all that data will be fed into the detailed project reports, which will have a dedicated chapter of gender and youth engagement.
Thank you very much. Maybe I move on to Kanika now. I'm also conscious about the time. We already is 5:12. Kanika, you have worked a lot in the space of universal design and inclusion, and I know Kanika from my UN days. So maybe if you can kind of throw some, share your insights on how do we address gender issues, or how through kind of design mitigation programs by taking into account gender.
Yes, sure. So I would like to probably there was a two-part question which you had posed in the very beginning, that there are opportunities and there are challenges. I'll first discuss the challenges and then I'll move on to the opportunities. Sure. First is gender, we are using this word very casually. Probably this discussion has happened in the session 1, but I would like to reiterate that gender is not one word. There are multiple dimensions to gender itself. So gender also include, first there's female and there is a third gender. That segregation I'm not getting into. But even when we look at women, there is a woman with disability, there is a woman who's working in the informal sector, probably a domestic worker, a care worker, a construction worker. There is a woman street vendor, there is a woman who's elderly living alone in a big city, and there is a small girl living in a slum area. So the vulnerability of all of them is not equal to disasters, and when we are talking about risk, we need to account for that as well. So this is my first point. The second point is, when I am representing National Institute of Urban Affairs, so I will be talking about the urban areas, and I'm glad that that's one area which has not been touched upon in the discussion prior. So that's something which urban areas itself has a lot of complexities, and we as women, we already know that it's so difficult to navigate into an urban area. The size itself is very complex and different from a rural area. The densities and the informalities that are there in urban areas, all of them are very, very critical, and that itself multifold the vulnerability of a woman living in an urban area as compared to a woman living in a rural area. I mean, definitely there are multiple things, but when we talk about resilience and mitigation, that also becomes really important. The third is the responsibilities and the gender stereotypes and gender norms that we associate with. And there are multiple things even the caregiving responsibilities, particularly in the urban areas, we also have multiple responsibilities. We have the burden of unpaid care. We have the livelihood opportunities also, which we need to seek because we have to maintain a quality of life in an urban area.
So, you know, considering all of these multiple dimensions, it also becomes like very, very difficult for a woman living in an urban area to go and actually like, you know, probably go and participate in a consultation which is happening to prepare them for a disaster which might happen in, let's say, like, you know, a year or 2 years. And I mean, Ranjini, it's not only the UN days, the project I'll be actually inferring from is from the CDRI fellowship that we did, so it's like a full circle. And we studied 2 areas in Ganjam district of Orissa. One was Gopalpur and Barampur, and it was so difficult to conduct one FGD for women with disabilities or women who are acting as caregiver for persons with disability, because morning and evening they have so much of domestic responsibilities that they don't want to come and meet us. So we had to schedule it like, you know, at a time which is convenient to them, go to their community and like, you know, probably have the FGD there with them at their community space. But in urban areas like Delhi, do we have a community space? Do we have an area where we can actually call all of them and have a discussion with them? So these are a few of the challenges. The other challenge is also at the policy level itself. I mean, you know, we have the state disaster management plan, which has one chapter on gender inclusion. We have a district disaster management plan, which has a diluted version of that chapter. And then, but the action happens at the city level, at the neighborhood level, where we don't have like, you know, anything integrated in a zonal level, like, you know, that these are the specific interventions which we need to actually implement for a woman living in that particular informal area. So community preparedness itself becomes diluted and it's always driven by males. This is what was like, you know, something which came across in our study. Again, like, you know, women who are giving care to persons with disability, like the men, like the husband who has actually become disabled because of a cyclone, and like, you know, this indirect relationship between the burden which has come on the woman and disaster is also something which need to be established. Now coming to the opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities. We have come up with, as part of the fellowship, we have come up with a strategy called ACT. I will summarize it, but it is assessment, convergence and training. So in short, I'll just conclude it in that, although we have like, you know, an elaborate version and interpretation of ACT. And we need to intervene at the policy level, at the practice level, and with the people. So, you know, when I'm talking of the process, it is the policy and the governance. Both need to become inclusive. When I'm talking about practice, it is collecting the evidence and mainstreaming the infrastructure. We don't have sanitation facilities. Like, you know, a lot of women also complain that the shelters, the cyclone shelters are not inclusive to their needs. They don't have separate sleeping arrangement. They don't have the facilities, like, you know, do not have lactate, like space where they can actually like, you know, feed their babies. So these kind of things are something which is missing in the infrastructure planning itself. And then participation in knowledge. When it comes to the participatory approach, we need to acknowledge, we need to understand that, you know, there's a different kind of a schedule that works for women, and we need to probably like, you know, have these flexible timings which is conducive to the timetable of in which the woman is operating. We need to identify them as a key stakeholder in the entire planning. We need to make them as the agent of change. The intersectional thinking that women itself or gender itself is not a homogeneous group. There are multiple lenses, multiple dimensions. We need to acknowledge that. There need to be an effective channelization of resources, which I think has been discussed enough here, how we can do that. And then doing it right the first time. There is so much of investment which is happening. Like, you know, we all are talking about India 2047, which will become a global economy. When we are putting in so much of investment, we need to make it inclusive, both gender inclusive, disability inclusive and age inclusive, so that it's like, you know, done right, because it takes a lot of effort and a lot of thought to, like, you know, again retrofit it and make it inclusive. Just 2 more points, like, you know, relief also as an investment is not only about giving free goods, it's also about, like, you know, thinking it more from, like, you know, if we can develop their skills, again, a lot has been taught about it, and providing livelihood and social safety nets. So I will pause here. I understand the time is
Thank you, Kanika, for the interventions. So it's already 5:19. So maybe I'll open up the floor for 1 minute or 2 minutes for each of the panelists to make any final remarks if they would like to do that. Maybe I'll start with Samantha in case you would like to intervene.
Yes, thank you very much. I've been listening very attentively and I agree with a lot of what's being said. So maybe I'll just give a few thoughts that perhaps have not yet been raised yet, and relate to the role of a multilateral institution like ADB. So I think first of all, we talked about, how do you sustain financing and resourcing, and I think it's sustained policy change is one entry point. So an example of that is ADB through our policy lending. Deepa spoke some examples earlier, but we, for example, through our Pacific yes, I'm there. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So I was saying that through our Pacific Disaster Resilience Program, some of the ways where we've worked with governments to institutionalize financing is through, for example, ensuring that we work with government to develop a gender-responsive disaster risk management plan, and that we integrate gender criteria into the regulation around financing. So that's sort of one kind of example. Similarly, we heard earlier about social protection. So again, working with a government so that the disaster relief budget allocation process has specific requirements in it to maintain funding for gender-based violence or sexual and reproductive health in a disaster setting. So those are some examples of where we can actually make things a bit more institutionalized. And then maybe one last point, I think, which hasn't been raised, which is really crucial for innovation and financing, particularly use of technology and solutions around disaster risk and resilience, is the role of the private sector. And maybe one example that where we're trying to build that is in the space of heat resilience, extreme heat, which really is something that's increasingly continuous across the region, in working with the private sector to work around more innovative technology solutions for early warning, combining satellite with mobile technology and personalized measurement, for example. We also did, when you look at disaster risk, you also, I think, need to look at it holistically in terms of, innovative financial assurance products around insurance. We haven't talked a lot about insurance here. So I think there's a lot of room for financial institutions to meet a market by creating more innovative insurance products that are tailored to women, and then stimulate the demand for that product so you have a viable economic solution. And also look at sector ways, incentivizing the sectors to take different approaches. And one example of that is we had an innovative challenge recently for heat stress solutions in Cambodia, and the solution that won was a private sector sort of innovative design to really zoom on how we could provide solar-powered cooling to the pepper industry, where you have a lot of women farmers. So just some additional thoughts to add. Thank you.
I'm just conscious of the time. I don't know whether Dipali, you would like to make any additional comments quickly?
Yeah, very quickly.
Yeah.
So already I completely agree with what Sam has said. I'll just add a few more points, but from that was macro level, but on the operational level, I think I will reiterate the need for the gender disaggregated data to inform policy design. Second is enhancing the capacities of the stakeholder and especially policy makers, so that the efforts which are made through demonstration pilots or such projects are sustained over time, and there is more upscaling on that front. So I think that is crucial. And last but not the least, the linkages and building networks, convergence across both at the grassroots level but also at the policy level. So as we were talking of at the grassroots level, I just wanted to share.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I understand Naseem is not there. She has left already. We have maybe Vika, would you like to make one quick intervention?
Yeah. So very quickly, I think one is to not reinvent the wheel and see what innovations are already there, look at positive deviances and see how we can kind of bring them to scale. Second would be just like how we had today. I think it's very appreciative of NDMA to call all these multiple stakeholders from government and non-government spaces. So how can we continue these policy dialogues and also see how to layer the programs so that the community on the ground at the end is the same person. So the SHG member, or who's being hit by a disaster, or who's an IREGA worker, I think at the end of the day they are layered. So how can we also layer the programs? And just to reiterate that district as a unit of convergence might be a very good idea that all of us can work towards. Thanks.
Thank you. Suranjana, 30 seconds.
So I think if grassroots women's organizations have to be seen as partners and stakeholders, they need to be engaged at the design stage, the implementation and the monitoring of programs to see that they're actually responsive to their needs. And I think there's a need for a different kind of financial architecture that can support grassroots innovations, procurement of their time and services, and to look at other kinds of risks, not just financial risks that donors and funders are taking on.
Thank you. And Manpreet and then Kanika.
Yeah, so the two key takeaways, I'll say that first, investing in gender disaggregated data, and it's essential because I think what is not measured is often not addressed. And I think second would be enhancing women's leadership in governance. So women must have a seat from local to national level.
Thank you. Kanika?
I would emphasize on convergence. I mean, I agree with Mika's layered approach, because there's a lot of potential in the other national missions in which, like, you know, the disaster and the gender lens can be mainstream. For example, the UCW Act also, like, you know, provide in times of air pollution, it provides it provides some certain relief to the construction workers, but it can also, like, you know, look at it like, you know, lenses like gender can also be mainstream. And the second thing, I mean, disability, gender, inclusion actually has a cross-cutting aspect. I mean, whether we are talking about mitigation or whether we are talking about relief, risk, anything, it has to be thought, like, it has to be thought from a gender lens aspect.
No, thank you. Maybe we have 5 more minutes, so we can open up the floor for any question. If anybody wants to ask any question to the panelist.
I had a submission. There is a minimum standards for relief. That is a document that all the states are mandated to have. So since morning we haven't talked about this very important document which defines what kind of assistance goes to women post disasters. So also revisiting of the STRF norms, I see that there's a document already in place which is looking at the unpaid care for women, you know, and incentivizing women for that particular thing. Mika did talk about Narega, but she talked it in a way that for 100 working days, you know, so working days. But for that unpaid care that women are usually, so for that, incentivizing that and looking into the minimum standards of relief, because I don't think that we have looked into gender and intersectionalities in the minimum standards of relief.
No, thank you. I think that's a very important intervention. If there are, please.
Hi. Hi everyone, my name is Siljo Abraham. I am from MATRA, it's a humanitarian agency. My question perhaps probably towards Mika first, that globally we have moved from, you know, reactive response to proactive response, or we call it as anticipatory action, which she touched upon. And India is also, you know, many of the actors are currently working towards it. So, but right now it's in the niche stage, and as we are making the foundation, how can we ensure that women are there in the, you know, in the foundational grounds, and they play a vital role in the anticipatory action for humanitarian response? That is one. And towards Dr. Deepa, it's really insightful to hear about the data, the need for data, and even in the previous panel we heard about it, but I want to also, you know, touch base about how we can, you know, ensure data protection or even the management of data while we, you know, further share it between various actors. And I also want to share one more question, that is about risk financing, insurance or cash-based interventions, which we talked about. While many of the women, not here, I'm talking about the rural area, they do have bank accounts because of the several government policies, schemes, but then we have seen on ground that they don't have real access to the bank accounts, or because the men in the country, they in certain pockets are still, you know, they are leading, so they don't have the access. So how can we ensure that even though we provide them the support, they are the one who is actually the decision maker? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So I'll request the panelists. We may not be able to answer all your questions now, but maybe a quick intervention.
Yeah, I think so just simple points I can think of is, of course, women need to be part of designing, and in India we are blessed with the whole SHG network across most regions, I think the good thing about reaching out to them would be because they are local and they're going to be there, it's a network. So whatever kind of skilling or training we give to such a group, it can only multiply. So getting them involved in the designing process and finding gender champions from within the SHG network might be an effective way for rural areas that I can think of. Also, then we need to really look at accessible digital tools, like how we spoke about IVEA, but really like how can we get into community-based mechanisms, what kind of data is available that's universal and can actually reach out to that kind of a local level where women can do it themselves. Of course, we have to think of incentivizing mechanisms which are financial or non-financial so that it stays. But I still believe if it's local women in rural areas, then that is a guaranteed sustainability that we can look at.
Yeah. So maybe I know it's 5:30. We have to end this panel discussion. Very rich discussion. I personally learnt a lot. We touched upon different aspects. So if I can take one more minute, because I think I should summarize what came out of this panel discussion. I may not be able to capture all the points which came out throughout the panel discussion, but some important ones. Definitely understanding gender vulnerabilities by carrying out gender analysis and understanding the differential risk is the starting point, no doubt about it. I understand there was a session previous to this one where you have talked about the role of data as well. So what we find today, the main challenge on the ground, that there is no data. So data is one of the biggest challenges that exists on the ground, no matter how much we talk about everything, but when we actually try to get the data, we don't get it. So the second is creating a baseline, building up the data, and put in place a framework backed by policies, finance, and programs. And I really like the intervention made by ADB, where they actually talked about upstream, midstream, and downstream, what could be done. So that framework is, it's a very good framework probably to think through how we take up actions at different levels. The third point which came up quite strongly is capacity. So capacity building across various stakeholders, and probably building capacity of the public officials who are responsible for designing and implement and monitor these programs, very different kind of programs, in order to make them gender responsive. The point on investing in building women's leadership, strengthen partnership with local governments, I think is very relevant. There is a lot of innovations happening at the local level, but we need to kind of strengthen this partnership to capture that. And this a very related point to this is also creating a platform where actually the different groups can come and share their learnings and experiences and voice their opinions, their choices, their decisions. So that kind of a platform to be set up, and very much at the local level. Existing development programs can be very well leveraged to actually think about risk mitigation measures, that to gender inclusive risk mitigation measures. And I think our colleague from GIZ gave a very good example on how we are doing it in the MGA, NREGA, and then there are many other programs which also provide enough opportunities. The sixth point is the use of technology, and then promoting convergence at the district level. And I think this was kind of highlighted by most of the panelists. So on one hand, you use technology, but you also kind of build convergence at the local level, and please bring in coherence between all kind of planning exercises that are happening. Because unless and until we do it, it is very difficult to kind of mainstream risk mitigation measures. Sustain funding, support to local innovations to enable social change, and your point, Suranjana, of we need to invest not only finance but also give time, because innovations take time, social changes takes time to happen. So this is something cannot be achieved through a log frame and by having a very monitoring framework. You really cannot achieve it like that. Creating of platforms I already touched upon, and finally I think promoting insurance and social protection as specific mitigation programs. Probably that also gives us significant opportunity to actually implement gender inclusive measures on ground. So with this, with a huge thanks to all our panelists and the organizer NDMA and UN Women, I would like to close this panel discussion. Thank you very much once again for inviting me to be a moderator and a chair for this session. Wishing you all a very good evening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjini, and all distinguished panelists. With the request to kindly remain seated for some more time, and I will now request Mrinali ma'am to present an overview of the day's proceedings and key takeaways. Ma'am.
thank you. We had a very long day with intense, engaging, candid, and enriching discussions during 3 technical sessions and a plenary session. You know, I, Ranjini, Samabha, and a colleague of ours from now who's with UNESCO, Sindhuja. So when 3 of them are around me, I feel at home. And therefore, you know, Thanksgiving and summary all has been already subsumed by Ranjini. And I also would like to say that not just 3 of them, a lot of you whom I've seen, but 3 of them, because I've seen them so closely, are such competent women. And you know, I feel so comfortable whenever I invite them. I do not have to do a lot of homework, because you know, they have enhanced their own capacity in their substantive and other fields so much. So you know, many compliments to this, and cheers for this friendship. Now, having said that, I'll just quickly give the next steps that NDMA would take. I'll not run you through the day's proceeding. We will work on developing a framework for gender-sensitive risk assessment and integrate it into state and national DRR policies. So this is something that we'll co-work with our partners. We'll also look at modalities on gender disaggregated data by resolving issues through some pilot, where I'll request the couple of civil society and other think tanks who are present here to collaborate with us. And scaling up of training and capacity building, particularly in rural areas, and the journalists and other components that were discussed today. So we'll rope in NIDM, and I'll reach out to our partners who were present with us today. We'll also establish a working group to map innovations in community resilience by women and track their impact, what Mika and others talked about. We'll at least create one compendium, and Ranjini and I are like, you know, compendium seems to be, you know, attached to our work role. Like, you know, we have developed so many compendiums, so this will be one where we'll take up case studies, and of course with UN Women through a gender lens. And finally, we'll try and I'll use that word, I'll borrow from all of you, the layered approach, and we hope that we are able to integrate gender into disaster preparedness. So thank you once again, and we'd like to close this session with a memento to our panelists and the chairperson here. I'll request mementos, and then we can all leave for home for the day. Thank you. We need a group photo also, so don't leave. And I think I'm now missing Deepa. I will request 2 more. May I request you to give to your colleague there? And there was one from UN Women, so I'll leave this one. So if you can convey to Samantha. And for UN Women, if we can once again just walk up to the... one last group photograph and then maybe we can actually request Jana ऐसे कुछ करके कैसे करें for everybody. Yes, I think so. So you can first for this session and then तब तक आप सोचिए खड़े कैसे करना. जल्दी बताएं कैसे करें हम सारे लोगों को. हम नीचे आए सारे, कैसे करें हम सारे नीचे आते हैं. So much, thanks. फिर बहुत नीचे नहीं हो जाए, बहुत अजीब नहीं होगा. पर चलो खड़े करो, जल्दी जल्दी करो. आ जाओ, we'll find out. फिर ऊपर आ जाओ. I got a gift. You deserve it.